And one supportive community who, in their respective roles, helped build one educational institution that has grown into one of the best in the Philippines. The determined man was Dr. Horace Brinsmaid Silliman, a retired businessman and philanthropist who lived in Coho City, New York State. Over 100 years ago, in 1899, he requested the Presbyterian Board of Foreign Missions in Manhattan to open an industrial school for boys in the Philippines, in a location south of Manila. He would not take no for an answer and gave an initial fund of $10,000 to set up the school he had envisioned, to educate young people he would never meet in a faraway land that he would never see. The two dedicated educators were Dr. David Sutherland Hibbard and his wife Laura, a missionary couple that the board commissioned to establish and operate the suggested school. They were asked to choose a location in any of 3 provinces south of Manila. These are Cebu, Zamboanga, or Iloilo. Call it destiny. But while the couple was in Cebu, someone suggested that they do a side trip to nearby Dumaguete. They came, they saw, and were conquered, so to speak. The idyllic seaside town, the friendly and healthy people, and the able community leaders made the couple decide to set up the school in Dumaguete, which became its supportive host and partner community. Silliman University is now more than 117 years old. It is headed by its 13th president, Dr. Betty Cernal McCann. Installed in 2018, she is the first woman president, following 12 male leaders, 3 Americans, and 9 Filipinos. Granted autonomous status by the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, Silliman University is a CHED Center of Excellence for Nursing, Information Technology, and Teacher Education, as well as a Center of Development for Biology, Medical Technology, and Marine Sciences. Silliman University has been granted institutional reaccreditation by the Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and Universities Accrediting Council, Incorporated. Institutional accreditation or reaccreditation is the highest accreditation award ACSCU can give to an educational institution. Silliman's offering of quality Christian education ranges from early childhood to postgraduate level. Its student population of 10,000 counts among the best performing students in the Philippines, and Silliman graduates are among the most sought-after professionals in the private or public sector. In the Visayas region, Silliman University is a recognized leader in community service, a trusted partner of government and non-government organizations. It has pioneered several community projects in healthcare, agriculture, information technology, Christian ministry and outreach, law and justice, governance, youth development, calamity and disaster response, education and training, service learning, and environmental protection. Silliman graduates have established their reputation beyond the Philippine shores. They are valued members of health, business, engineering, science and technology, education, communication, research, and other organizations in North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Several Silliman alumni have distinguished themselves through the decades, excelling and leading in their respective fields. Notable Sillimanians include Senator Lorenzo G. Teves in public administration, DepEd Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones in civil service, Dr. Guy Lopez Cabayao in music, Dr. Julio C. in business, Dr. Angel C. Alcala in the biological and environmental sciences, Drs. Edilberto and Edith Tiempo in literature, Director Eddie Romero in filmmaking and the arts, Dr. Romeo Ariniego in medicine, and Dr. Rolando del Carmen in legal education, to name a few. Silliman aims to provide whole-person education to every student through the interaction of 5 learning venues that it dubs as the 5 C's of Silliman education. The classroom, the church, the cultural center, the athletic courts, and the community. The classroom includes the university's academic programs, facilities, faculty, and methods of instruction. Silliman University's 19 colleges, institutes, and schools offer some 140 programs, most of which have attained the highest level of accreditation from PAASCO and ACSCU, two accrediting bodies recognized by CHED. The Silliman faculty is an assembly of highly qualified professionals and academics whose expertise is recognized not only in the country, but also in North America, Europe, and other parts of the world. Visiting, exchange, and adjunct professors from the university's international partners bring in global knowledge. Silliman faculty do not only teach, they model and they mentor. The church is the heart of the Silliman campus, and Christian faith is the foundation of Silliman education. Beyond developing her knowledge and skills, the student at Silliman develops her capacity to serve fellow human beings. Activities for nurturing the faith, worship, fellowship, and service engage the student year-round. Nevertheless, church activities are designed and organized observing spiritual inclusivity and respect for differences in religious persuasions. The courts refer to athletic activities and competitions. Physical activity is deemed as important as mental activity at Silliman. Facilities for different ball games, swimming, contact sports, archery, and rowing have been developed and opportunities arranged to explore students' potentials. Several Sillimanians have ruled the courts in their time, such as Mark Javier, the lone Filipino male archer at the Beijing Olympics, archers Jennifer Chan and Lisa Ignalaga, and ninth grader Nicole Tagle, long jumper Simeon Toribio. Silliman has long been a leader of arts development in the country. Its programs in music, dance, theater, and visual and literary arts have produced some of the best artists in the Philippines. The Silliman University National Writers Workshop, the longest-running literary workshop in Asia, has been ongoing for almost 60 years. Its founders, Drs. Edilberto and Edith Tiempo, are two celebrated Filipino writers in the English language. In recognition of Silliman's leadership in the development of culture and the arts, generous donors have gifted the university with cultural facilities such as the Claire Isabel McGill Luce Auditorium, dubbed as the Cultural Center of the South, and the Ariniego Arts Gallery. Social inclusivity and continuing involvement in the larger community characterize Silliman education. Students are challenged to test theories and principles through actual community work in service learning, an approach that combines reflection with participation in community-based projects to achieve specific learning outcomes. It enables the student to develop a more integrated understanding of theory, practice, and values. Students apply the service learning approach for community-based learning in business development, education, healthcare, legal management, disaster response, and environmental advocacy. Silliman University promotes a service learning approach to provide quality social engagement between the student and the community to develop critical thinking, civic responsibility, and leadership, as well as to strengthen the values of service and compassion.
Come to Silliman if you're seeking opportunities for growth and excellence in every dimension of your life. Be enriched by its holistic and responsive educational program with a Christian orientation. Find yourself in a learning community of highly qualified faculty, dedicated staff, supportive alumni, and exciting co-learners. Feel close to God in the beauty and splendor of the Silliman campus.
Silliman offers education for total human development, an education that is fulfilled in three ways. 1, it promotes the convergence of knowledge from various disciplines and areas of learning. 2, it encourages inclusiveness as well as diversity, the acceptance of everyone who comes through Silliman's portals, regardless of culture, class, or creed. And 3, it deepens the spirit of service and widens Silliman students' sense of responsibility to embrace their community, their country, and their planet.
Before the webinar begins, rename your Zoom name to your complete name and department and or affiliation so that we can easily identify you. Kindly mute your microphone when not in use. Next, switch on your video if your connectivity allows you. If you have questions with regards to the presentation, there will be an open forum right after. Please type it in the chat box or use the raise hand reaction button in Zoom and unmute yourself. The session is video recorded. Recordings will be made available at the Silliman Online University Learning website. Heavenly Father, we come to you in this hour, asking for your guidance and protection to our virtual gathering today. We thank you for the gift of life, the gift of family, the gift of work, and the gift of friendship. We thank you for this great opportunity to bring us together in this session as brothers and sisters. Bless the committee, the facilitator, and the attendees of this gathering. May we continue to value and appreciate the true essence and meaning of life with the help of your grace. And as we go along to our discussion today, we humbly pray that you would deepen our understanding. Lord, enlighten us and give us wisdom every day. Forgive us for our shortcomings and remind us to always be mindful of the things we do in life. We offer our life and our decisions to you, O Lord. May this gathering today create a memorable experience and a fruitful outcome. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, our Redeemer and our Savior. Amen.
Kayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng nagiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihin. Sa nagatang bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may ilagang tula at awit sa
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the day 3 of our training on the
Good afternoon.
implementation. Good afternoon of the implementation of the portable learning management system. My name is Janice Forster, and I'll be facilitating this afternoon's training. So for this afternoon, these are the objectives. We're going to learn how to manage assignments. And then we're going to learn how to set up our question bank. That means creating categories, adding questions, and we will only be tackling the most common type of questions like true or false, multiple choice, short answer, matching type, and then if we still have time, then maybe we can also discuss how to create essays. And then we're going to add and set up quizzes. So this seems to be a long afternoon, but something that's very interesting. If we could not discuss the last part, then we still have tomorrow, because I will also be facilitating half of tomorrow's training. But before we continue, let me just do a short recap of what we did yesterday. So yesterday you learned how to create or how to upload your picture for your profile, create your new virtual classroom or your new course, enroll and unenroll students, even yourself as a teacher, manage resources in your virtual classroom like creating labels, files, or page. You also learned how to create a book with some sample chapter and content, create sections, set up your virtual classroom, and upload files inside your folder. I hope you were able to follow everything that were discussed yesterday. Do I get a thumbs up, please? And if you were not able to do it yesterday, I assume that you were doing your homework last night and this morning. I've noticed some of you were still doing some comments and replies to some posts at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's really good. Do I hear? Okay, thank you so much. So I guess we don't have any more issues. We could now proceed to our objective of this afternoon. So let me start with managing assignments. And so this is how I'm going to do this afternoon's training. So I have actually prepared videos for you to watch. I want you to focus on the videos first, and then I'm going to replay it and pause it every now and then so that you can also follow. Is that good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sige, so let's start with managing assignments. Hi, so in this video, I'm going to teach you how to create assignments. Okay, so as you know, an assignment allows you as a teacher to communicate task instructions, to collect student work, and to provide grades and feedback. Students are allowed to submit files up to 5 MB in size. Hi, so in this video, I'm going to teach you how to create assignments. Okay, so as you know, an assignment allows you as a teacher to communicate task instructions, to collect student work, and to provide grades and feedback. Students are allowed to submit files up to 5 MB in size, and this may be in the form of word process documents such as those created in Word, spreadsheets, or images. In addition to this, the assignment may also require the students to type directly into the text editor. So either they submit a file or they type it in the text editor. An assignment can also be used to remind students of real-world assignments that they need to complete offline, such as artwork, and thus does not require any digital content.
Students can submit work individually or as a member of a group, although this may not be
Ako namang
applicable
gi-assign
to
si
you.
Larry as.
Now, so we will just assume for this video that the student would need to submit his work individually. So how do you create assignments? So here I'm in one of the sections of this course. My course name is Computing 101, so it may not be the same as what you have on your screen. But regardless, you can click any of the section here on the left that you may have already created, and then you are going to select Create Learning Activity. So then you'll have to select Activities, which is found under the Activities tab. Assignment, which is found under the Activities tab. And then you're going to type in the assignment name. So for example, you may call this assignment 1. And then here you might need to type in a description, and this description may or may not appear directly on your assignment page. So for example, I'm going to type here submit a photo of your artwork. Now, there's an option here, display description on course page. And what this does is, if you activate this, and then never mind the other options at this point, and then I save and return to course, what happens is I will see the assignment number 1 and then a short description right under it. Now, but if that one is not activated, so let's edit this, and I don't delete this, but I just simply remove display description on course page, and then I select save and return to course. Notice that the assignment number 1 is still there, but the description is not found right under it. So at this point, if I may ask you to create your own assignment, and then never mind the other options yet, and we'll get back to you in a little while.
Okay, so given that, can you make your own assignment at this point? So just create an assignment and then put some description, and never mind the other settings because I'm going to discuss that in the other videos later. Okay, so if you should be able to see my screen. I have my own course here. I hope you still remember your login information. So this is what I created in the assignment. All you have to do is to click the plus sign, create learning activity. And then under activities tab, you will find assignment. And kindly select or type in your own assignment name and then description, and I'll get back to you. Are you doing it now?
Yes, ma'am.
So don't touch the other settings yet. Just create one and then we will edit it afterwards. Okay, if you're done, we can touch the other settings. Kindly watch this video.
Okay, so we're back, and I assume that you already have created your own assignment. You may have it differently, but you have posted the first assignment with a description. So I'm just going to read this one again, and let me discuss with the other options. So you have here at the bottom the due date. Now remember that specify a date here. Any submission that is submitted or any assignment that is submitted, that is
Are you playing a video?
So that's the purpose of the due date. So for example, was this
Ma'am, we cannot hear it clearly, ma'am.
Audio is breaking
The
up.
voice
The
is
audio.
choppy.
The audio is not very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just do it. I'll just do it here.
and then you can also set the time. Say you want it to be 2 at 1 p.m. So this is military time. And then here on the right
Yeah,
side, you have
Ma'am, we
the
cannot see the
availability.
video.
Under availability,
I stopped the video.
spot you have
For some reason, it's still playing for a
this
while.
means that this assignment will only start accepting submissions starting on this date. So if you want to submit, if you want to allow students to submit anytime, then you can disable this. This is really up to you as a teacher. Now here, the second option is the cutoff date. Now, so the cutoff
I could not
date
find
is
where this.
This means that any submissions will no longer be allowed after the cutoff date. So if this one is enabled,
Yes, sir.
this
Akong
should be
stop,
on
sir.
or after the due date. So let me discuss or let me emphasize the difference. The due date is the date it's due. The cutoff date is the last day that this assignment may be accepted. So say for example, your due date is September 25 at 1 p.m. But you can still, or you still want to allow students to submit after that date, but it will
I think
be considered
someone
late.
is
Then you can set this
playing.
one to a date
There's
either
nothing
instead of the
anymore on
due
my
date
side.
past the due date.
Lars,
Let's
is it
say
with you?
27. And let's say also at 1 p.m.
It's no
No
longer on my
video,
side.
ma'am.
So this simply means that the
Actually,
assignment
there's
is
nothing anymore on my side.
due on September 25, but 2 days after that date, you can still accept submissions. But of course, after that, there will no longer be any allowed submissions. Now, so you can disable that. That means to say that this is the final date or the due date of this assignment, and right after that, you don't accept any more submissions.
There's nothing anymore on my screen that's playing.
That's the option. The third option is
That one.
There's no video on anymore on my side.
It's okay already.
Okay, thank you so much. Because there's no browser anymore. That's why I was wondering why something is still playing when there's no more open PowerPoint or browser from YouTube on my side. Okay, so I don't know if I should try that again. Maybe that one was just conflicting with someone else's video. But anyway, let me just continue now. So I will just open my assignment, or I'll just create a new assignment on our PLMS. So you must have done this. Let's say, for example, I'll call this one assignment number 2. And maybe here you mentioned that, say, kindly submit your file containing thus, or let's say, kindly submit evidence that you have uploaded your
I think Ma'am Eileen is playing. Mute her.
my PowerPoint is already closed. Okay. Okay, so kindly submit evidence that you have uploaded your or you have installed Photoshop. Okay, for example, no. So say for example your due date, as mentioned in the video, is like 3 days from now. So let's say 25. And then here on the right side are options for availability. So there are 3 dates here. Only 2 are actually enabled. The first one is allow submissions from. Now this means to say that this particular I can still hear my voice. I think can the technical team please mute all the microphones from the participants? Because there's no more video from my end. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so the availability here is first it asks you for to specify the allow submissions from date. Now this one means that okay, Miss Eileen, I had to mute you because apparently you're the one playing my video and I could hear it from here. Everyone can hear it. So that's why I was wondering, where is that video coming from? Anyway, let me proceed. So, um, so the date here, the first date you need to specify is allow submissions from. So this means to say that this assignment will be available and students can already start submitting your assignments starting from this date. So that means, say, for example, you want to start accepting submissions from September 22 until September 25. Now, so you can also set the date. No, now the second enabled setting is remind me to grade by. So this one, if this is enabled, this will send you a notification on this particular date on your dashboard as the teacher of this course. So normally, if you don't want, or if you want to take, if you don't want to be reminded and you want to take your own course in submitting your grade or doing your grade, you can just disable this. Now let's have a look at the cutoff date. So what's the difference between the due date and the cutoff date? So there are times when, for example, you want your deadline to be on September 25, but you want to give a leeway of say 2 days after September 25, wherein you will still accept assignments, but it will be considered late. Also, this cutoff date may be the same or later than the due date. So for example, let's set this one to 27. So let's say at 1 p.m. Okay, just like the video that I showed you earlier. Now, this one. So this means to say that your assignment number 2, wherein the students will need to submit evidence that they have installed Photoshop, is due on September 25 at 1 p.m. Now, but if students will still submit after this date and time, they could still do so until September 27. So if you don't want to make any extensions, or if you don't allow late submissions anymore, this due date and this cutoff date should be the same. Okay, now let's move on to the submission type. Now, there are two types of submission types here. Now, one is your online text and the other is your file submissions. Now, these two can be activated at the same time, but let's start with the file submissions first. Now, when you say file submissions, of course, it depends on your instruction, but here it's clear in the instruction that I want students to submit evidence that they have installed Photoshop. So most likely, we are expecting them to submit a screenshot of the screen that shows the evidence that they have already installed Photoshop. So let's set it to file submissions. Now, the maximum number of uploaded files here by default is 20, but you may set this, and perhaps this will be discussed again on day 5, or supposedly, but this is a day 5. You can set this one to a lower number. So in Silliman, for example, because we want to ensure that each student, imagine if you have 50 students and each of them will submit, say 20 maximum. So it's a very huge amount of space, no, in your server or perhaps in your USB, no, in our case. So you might want to set this to say 1, and then maybe ask the students to compress their files and submit a RAR or a RAR file or a zip file. So here you can set the site upload limit. Say, for example, let's set this one to 5 MB, which is also our usual in Silliman. And then here you can specify what type of file do you expect from the students. So you might also need to explain that to the students. So say, for example, if you only are expecting one file, and say maybe that's going to be an image file, so maybe you can ask them to submit the file in JPEG format. So you can say submit in JPEG or JPEG format. Okay, so how do you specify that in your settings? Now, under accepted file types, you can actually, if you are so well versed with the kind of file name extensions for the kind of file that you're asking for, you can type it in here. But you can also choose, you can also select choose button. And the choose button will allow you to specify a particular file. So say, for example, in this case, what's applicable is image files. So if you have noticed here, all image or all possible image files are already listed down. Now, but if you're very specific on the kind of image file you are expecting or you want them to submit, you can also select expand, and then you can specify only, say, JPEG files. Now, so meaning to say, any file that is not of this particular format or file name extension will not be acceptable. Now, so it's really up to you. So of course, if your instruction says you submit an audio file, then you can also conveniently select audio files here, and you don't have to even remember or try to specify or try to remember what kind of extension you're expecting from them. So if you're expecting a PowerPoint file, you can select presentation files, or you can select your PPT among the list. So what kind of PowerPoint presentation are you expecting? Is it a PPT or is it a PowerPoint show? Is it the newer version of PPTX or PPTSX? No? So, or you can be welcoming to any kind of format as long as it's a presentation by just clicking on the presentation files format. Don't forget that after selecting one particular format here, or probably formats that you prefer, in my case, I'm going to choose image files because I asked them to submit a screenshot. So choose the corresponding format that you want them to submit. In my case, I'm going to pick image files. And then don't forget to set and to click Save Changes. And so notice that here you now have one file, 5 Mbps, and image file. So can you do that now? And we're going to continue in a little while.
Ma'am,
Yes,
can I ask a question?
sure.
I've done the attachment assignment, but it
Mhm.
seems that every time I run it as a student, I could not see the add submission button. Is there something wrong with the work?
What do you mean? You created an assignment as a
Yes, po.
teacher,
Yes, I
and then
created an assignment
you log out, and
and like
then
as a student,
you log in as a student.
yeah,
Okay, is the date?
I,
Did you check the date, sir?
yeah, I can perfectly see the entire assignment, even the instruction. But there's one aspect that I cannot see, and that's the add. It's the add submission button. It doesn't seem to appear on the assignment itself.
Add submission.
Yeah, because the instruction is they need to submit a PDF file.
Mm-hmm. Okay, kindly check the date, sir, because it could be that it's restricted because of the date. So it
Okay.
could be that the assignment is already posted, but it's not yet available based
Oh,
on the
okay.
settings that you have specified. Yes.
Okay.
So the
I'll check.
students can see it, but they could not submit because you did not allow submissions yet.
Okay. Wait.
Yes,
Po,
kindly check the setting. Okay, how about the others? Are you able to follow?
So oh, okay. I'll check if because the availability is today, but I did not set the time.
That's right. So it means to say this morning, sir, at the peak of
Ah,
12:01,
okay.
it's already kuan.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Uh,
I got stuck up because the date is the same. The cutoff date is a week from now, but I did not set the hours for the morning. I'll check it.
That also matters. Sige. Thank you for the question. How about the others? The link for your Zoom is on Soul. Kindly check them. Okay. Now, so I actually created a video. All of the videos that I was trying to share with you earlier is already on the book or the manual that I shared on Soul. But I also want to quickly share with you what's the difference between file submission and online text. So if you choose online text alone, that means to say that rather than attaching any file to the assignment when they submit the assignment, they can just type in or paste their assignments on like a text box available in your assignment. So here, notice that you can even specify or limit the number of words. So if you enable the word limit option here, you can type in say 100, and that means to say that the maximum words in that particular assignment the students can type will only be 100. No? So notice that if online text only is activated and not the file submission, the maximum number of uploaded files as well as the size or submission size is deactivated. Okay, because it's no longer expecting the students to submit or to attach a file, but rather it will be in a form of text in your online text. So that's basically the difference. Now, if your assignment asks for both, no, a file attachment and an online text, you may tick both, and you can also set not just the number of words, but also the number of files that the students can upload, and as well as the type of files that they can upload. Now, so I just would like to reiterate again, um, the best way that you could do in order to save space is to just set the number of uploaded files to one, and then just change the file name extension or set the file name extension to RAR or zip. So you will have to teach your students how to compress their files so that, say, 3 or 5 or more files can be submitted as one. Okay, now, so of course, if you do that, you need to choose also the archive files. So this one already includes the zip file, okay, and the RAR files. So here, so WAR and zip. But if you're ready to accept any other format, you can just activate archive files, and all of these formats will be acceptable. And then just don't forget to select save at the bottom, save changes. And so it will accept the particular format. So in my case here, I have archive and image files. You should not forget to deactivate the image file option here. If you no longer want to accept just the image files, but this time you want them to submit a RAR file, okay, assuming that you have set this one to 2 files. So is that part of this discussion clear? Can I see a thumbs up if you have done up to this part of an assignment?
Ma'am,
Yes.
it's okay if I have the same due date and the cutoff date, right?
Yes, sir. So that means to say that you will not accept any extension. You don't have any extension. So it's already, because the meaning of due date and the cutoff date is it's already due. But if your cutoff date is later, that means you will still accept it, but it will of course be marked as late. But if you don't, if you're both your due date and your cutoff date are the same, that means to say after it's due, you don't want to accept any more submissions.
Yeah, I set the allow submission from today's date at 8 in the morning, kanina. And then I set the cutoff date a day after the due date. The submission type is file submission, maximum number of file 1, submission size is 10 MB, accepted file type is PDF. It seems that every time I run it as a student, the button, submission button is still not appearing.
Is the student enrolled, sir, in that particular course?
Yes. The same student, the same input we did yesterday.
It's okay, sir. We will have a look at that later. Maybe we'll ask you to share your screen after
I'm
the
just
training.
curious.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. But that could be the possible reason, no? So it could be on your availability, and then on whether a particular student is really enrolled in that course. Okay. Now, so here you have your feedback type. Actually, we just leave this one as the default because this is if you want your students to receive any feedback the moment they submit a file. So you can click this one to yes, and you can put some comments, but we just leave this one as the default. And then here, you can set require students to click the submit button. Now, this one is no. Now, what is the reason why this one is actually beneficial? If you click this, if you change this one to yes, that means to say that once the student submits an assignment, say for example, your due date is still 3 days from now, but the student submitted immediately, and this button here is set to yes. That means the student can no longer make changes to the submission. So that's already like final. No, but if your setting here is no, that means to say while the due date is not yet on, the student can still make changes on that particular assignment and submit again. Okay, so that's why we often leave this one to no. And then here we have required that students accept the submission statement. This is more on like the pledge or on the plagiarism thing, which we would rather select as no, set as no here for our training. And maybe in the future, if you have already customized your PLMS, then you can also activate this. Now, this is for group submissions, which we don't have, which is not applicable to us. Just set the other settings as no. This one is for the grade. So if this particular assignment is, say, worth 100 points, then this is the default setting. That's already 100. Say, if this assignment is only 20 points, then you can set this one to 20. Okay. Now, and then the other settings, just leave it as is, and then you may just save and return to course. So what's the difference? Save and return to course means that it will go back to your course. Save and display is it will open and show you how it will look like. Okay, so this is how it will look like on the side of the student. And also as a teacher, you can see already the number of submissions so far. So like you will see 1 out of 10, etc. Okay, are we good on this one? So if you want to review the discussion, you can find it in the manual. I have attached the videos already on how to do the 2 settings, file submissions, and online tests. Questions so far? Any questions? Okay, that's good. So do I get a thumbs up if you have already created your first assignment, whether it is an online text or whether you're requiring for them to attach a file? Okay, that's good. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next part of our discussion, okay, I'll just use this because my PowerPoint presentation seems to have issues. Okay, so let's move on to managing a question bank. So when you manage a question bank, so basically the reason why we use a question bank is because we want to put together all the, create a repository of all our questions, all our quizzes, in one file. Then later on, you can just randomize from those questions. You can set how many questions per type you want to create for a particular quiz that you're about to create. Now let me see if I could play this. Are you ready? Okay.
So in this video, I'm going to teach you how to create a question bank. And you might ask, what's the reason why we need to create a question bank? Now, so when you create quizzes, you can actually just create questions without storing them in question banks, but it is recommended that we use question banks so that you can create as many questions as you want, reuse them in your course, or even create random questions in your quiz so that each student will not have exactly the same question at any given time. Now, so to create your question bank, you just have to go to your settings or your gear icon, and then you go to question bank, and notice that notice that I'll go back to that part again. Notice that you have here questions, categories, import, and export. And these four options are exactly the same option that you'll find if, sorry, if you look at these tabs here, you have questions, categories, import, and export. So we're not going to create any question yet. Let's first create categories. And when you say categories, it could be that you want to sort your questions based on the type of question, like perhaps organize your true and false questions, your multiple choice questions, your short answer questions, etc. Or you may also create categories based on your topics. So you may create one topic for each, or one category for each chapter, so that you know that each questions you're trying to generate will come from this this particular topic or chapter. So just to do that, you just have to go to the categories tab, and then here you have the default for C101. Now remember that 101 is the name of my course. That's the short name for computing 101. So this may be different in your case. And then you have here add category, and the default setting is default for C101. So just leave it like that, and then you might type in, say for example, that the name of my chapter is, say, input devices. So I'm going to group all my questions based on chapters. So let's say that I have one chapter for input devices, so I'll just add category. You may also further describe what input devices is, and then just type in add category. So you now have input devices, and then you can add some more. So let's say, let me just create two chapters. Let's say that I have another chapter for output devices. So it shows here already in my case because I already used that previously. And then just click add category. So as you can see, this 0 here are the number of questions that are directly under that particular category. So by default, of course, there are no questions yet that we have created right after we create the categories. Now, so you can now create questions and tag them as under input devices or belonging to your output devices category, but you can further create categories under input devices. So let's say that input devices is your chapter, and within that chapter you have true or false type of questions, or you have multiple type of questions. You can create categories for that as well. So I'm not going to demonstrate that here, but because it really depends on how you want to organize your questions. Or okay, let's do that. True or false. So I'll just add that there. Oh, by the way, this is supposed to be, so what I want to happen supposedly is that this true or false question will be a subcategory of input devices or output devices. So I'll just click that there and select move up, and I'll just click on the right arrow key so that it will become a child of input devices. So this means that under my chapter input devices, I will have a subcategory called true or false. And let's say I also want to create another, category under input devices. So I just click input devices or select input devices here, and then so that becomes the parent category, and then type in, say, short answer, add category. So I now have true or false and short answer for the first chapter that I have recognized, which is input devices. And then you might want to also create these subcategories for output devices or another chapter. So let's say for output devices, I also want to create true or false. Okay, I just want to call that true or false questions. So there. And then again, under output devices, I would create another short answer, or let's say multiple choice. Okay, so it really is up to you. So if, for example, for the entire course, you just want to create a question bank that categorizes all true or false, all short answer, regardless of which chapter they belong, that can also be done. Okay, so once you're done with that, then you're good.
Okay, so can you create your own question bank at this point? So you can create your question bank based on the type of questions or based on some chapters. You just create fictitious categories at this point, and later on you will understand better what that category is for, or what that question bank is for, and how it is used in your quizzes. Okay, so sige, mag-demo pa jud ko. Sige, so I'm back to completing 101, and I already have a question bank. So just have to go to the gear icon and go to question bank. And as you can see here, if you go to categories, I already have the categories created. So I have intro, I have basic, I have input devices, I have output devices. Now, in your case, you will find that this will all be 0 because you have not created any question yet under that category. In my case, I have some of this already have 1 because I have created a question already, which is our next topic. So basically, all you have to do is to create a category. So let's say that your category will just be the type of quiz. So let's say that I want you to create one category for true or false, one category for matching type, one for short answer, and one for multiple choice. Can you do that for me? And I'll call one participant later who's going to share her screen that she has indeed already created her own category.
Ma'am, may we request that we go back to where we will see the question bank? Because mabilis kanina yung video. Nandito pa kami sa assignment. We were doing all the tasks kanina sa assignment, tapos biglang nasa question bank na.
Okay, I don't know what happened, Ma. Maybe it's your internet connection. Sige, so the question bank can be found under the gear icon. So you have your settings icon there. Under on the right side of your screen, you have a gear. You can find question bank and then categories.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay na po.
Thank you. Okay. Time I ask any representative from Bohol Island State University to show their screen that they have already created a category. Any volunteer? Any volunteer from Bohol Island State University? Hala, manawag jud ko anig ngalan ron. Ma'am Yvette? Or any volunteer from any school in the Visayas that start in the Visayas? Can you share your screen? Or can I find anyone here who would like to volunteer? Any volunteer? Yes, you can follow my format. Only the category. Christian, can you share your screen? Christian Cardosa.
Tama na ba ito, ma'am?
Yes, no. So it depends on you. No, in your case, you followed one of my suggestions that for a particular subject, let's say you want to organize all your multiple choice questions, all your true or false questions. It's basically just a label, no, categories, a way of organizing. Yes, that's correct. Thank you so much, Christian.
You're welcome,
Anyone
ma'am.
else? Anyone else? Perhaps from Mindanao. Yes, from Kidapawan College. Okay, so you created apps architecture. So, okay, only one category, ma'am.
Isa pa lang po muna, ma'am, kasi parang ito yung chapter ko po.
Okay, sige. So maybe later on you can also organize, say, questions, different types of questions under that. So what's the beauty of creating question banks? So later on you can actually randomize questions. Let's say you want to create a true or false question for a quiz of 10 items for your students. And let's say that in your question bank, you already have 50 true or false questions, and you only want to randomize 10 out of the 50. So that means to say that each of your students will have different types of questions when they take the exam. No? So you can do that, or of course you can just select any 10 out of those 50, but at least you can reuse them again. Say, for example, for the periodical exam, and then you have your midterm exam later on, and you want to extract, say, 5 from the true or false in chapter 1 and another 5 from the true or false in chapter 2, then that can be done. So that's an advantage if you created your question bank. So I guess we're good, no? So you have already created your question bank. So I guess at this point, we're going to learn how to create the actual questions, no? So I hope that you also prepared your test papers, no? So okay, let's start with adding questions. And so to add a question, okay, let me see. The steps are already here, but I think I did my video under true or false. Okay, let's have a look at this video.
So for this part of the video, I have just created some more categories to match my sample questions later on. So these are all fictitious, right? But I created, let's say that my assumption is I have my topics or my chapter: intro, basic, input devices, output devices. And then for each topic, I have also created categories to organize the type of questions for each topic. So I have essay, matching type, true or false, short answer, multiple choice, and it doesn't really matter if you have another true or false under another chapter. So um, it's just a matter of organizing. So I'm going to discuss with you how to create questions, and but first I'm going to show you what kind of question I'm about to create. So for this particular activity, let's just assume that your purpose is to create a true or false question, and in this case the answer is true. So the question is: digital camera is an input device used to make or to take photographs. And of course the answer is true to that. So let's say we're going to create that true or false question now. And so we go to questions, and then here notice that you have select a category. So since we're talking about camera, then we'll just assume that that should be under input devices, true or false. And then we're going to, here we have filter by tags, but this is actually optional, and just leave it as default. And then here you have also show questions from subcategories. This is if you have questions from already in the question bank. So in this case here, because this is the first question in the question bank, you can just create a new question and select true or false. So in this case, the question now could the question type or name could be anything. Let's just say we'll save it as digital camera, and you can just actually copy and paste your question. So I only pasted it from your Microsoft Word file if you have already created it before. And then the default mark is 1. This is the number of points for this particular question. Normally we only use 1. And then this one is the general feedback. This is what you want your students to see regardless of the answer of your students. You can leave that blank. And then here, this is the correct answer. So since the correct answer is true to this one, we need to change the default setting from false to true. And this is where you can actually set your feedback. If in case the students will choose true, you can type in something here. If the students will choose false, you can type in something here. So for example, you can say very good. Now, although we don't normally do this, but if you want, you can do this. And then if the student will answer false, then maybe you can say try again. And then here under multiple tries, this is something that you can set if a student initially answers the wrong picks the wrong answer, then there's going to be a penalty. But otherwise, just leave it as is, or you just use the default setting, and then click save changes and continue editing if you still feel like After saving, you still need to make some changes to this, or you can just select Save Changes. And you have now created your first question in your question bank. So you can add more question. So as you can see here, it's now, this is saved under true or false. In your question bank category under input devices, since you have created this question under true or false, there is now a number 1 enclosed in parentheses. It means that right now your question bank already has one question under the input devices category true or false subcategory. So that's how easy it is to create a true or false question.
Okay. Now, please take note that at this point, you are not yet creating the quiz. You are just creating the exam. No? So later on, I will teach you how to create your quiz. But right now, we're still creating questions. No? So I have a sample question here that I want to see from your end. So if you don't have a sample quiz right now with you, you can use this, and you can share later how you created this particular exam. Okay, so can you create a true or false question? For this, you have FAC stands for first away Xerox. So the answer, of course, to that is false. And you can actually add you can actually add a feedback. It stands for far away Xerox if in case the answer of the student is true. No, so can you do this? I'll give you like say 2 minutes to do this, and I will show you how to do this on my end. What's the question between a question name and a question text? The question text is what the students will see later on in the quiz. The question name is just a code, no? So it's just a code that you want to attach to that question text, but it's something that the students will not see, no? So it's just a unique code that you want to attach to that question text. Okay, so if you want, we can do it again. Okay, we'll create one more question. So can you do this with me? So let's go back to the question bank, and then you go to questions. Okay, are you there now? Let me know if you are. So of course, your name of your subject may not be computing 101 here. So, but the name of the subject that you have created.
Question, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we go directly to the category that we make the true or false?
Can you go directly to the category and
that we made true or false? Let's say, for example, on the first on the category we already did the true or false, the essay on a certain topic, and then if we go to the questions, we can go directly to the true or false.
Sir, this is just the name of your category.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is not. I'm not sure if I understand your question directly. You're saying if you could just click your category name and then select a question or create a question.
Yes.
Yes, that's another option. So either you go to questions and then create here the questions, or you can go to categories and then say, for example, you want to add one true or false question under input device, then you can click true or false, and it will already, this new question will now be belong to that particular category.
Yes, yes, copy and copy.
Okay, so can we add another true or false question here? So are you with me? Are you already on the same screen as me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. All right, so shall we create a new question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Okay, let's just create one simple true or false question. Let's say true or false. So you choose, so you will find all the possible type of questions. Let's focus first on true or false. No, so we are still on true or false. So once you are done clicking true or false, you're going to select what button?
And
Very good. Okay, so you click on add. And then, so you're now about to create a true or false question. So again, the question name is actually something unique that you want to name that particular question. So let's say you call it TF2. Okay, so let's say that all your true or false questions are named TF1, TF2, TF3, etc. Okay, not that it matters, but it just have to be unique. Okay, next is, let's say, give me a true or false question. Bisag unsa ra? Siliman, let's just say, um, keyboard is an output device. Okay? Okay, not all of you are in the IT field, but the answer to this one is true or false?
False.
False. Okay, so a keyboard is not an output device, it's an input device. So this should be false. So this is our question.
Pero ako na Wala ko balon si question. Yes, Daddy. What can we do for you?
Ma'am Isa, could you please, oh, who is this, please? Ma'arach. I'll mute you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay, so a keyboard is an output device. So let's say the answer to this one is false. So then the number of points for this particular question is found on the default mark. So if you want to give 1 point to the student who gets a correct answer to this one, leave the default mark at a default. So 1 point lang. Okay. Now this one is the general feedback. Okay. So as you can see, actually, if you click on help on general feedback, it will give you a short description. So general feedback is shown to the student after they have completed the question. Unlike specific feedback, which depends on the question type and what response the student gave, the same general feedback text is shown to all students. You can use the general feedback to give students a fully worked answer and perhaps a link to more information they can use if they could not or if they did not understand the questions. So general feedback na gid ni siya. So regardless of their answer, or what they click, this one will be shown to the students. So that's already explained. Now, just leave the ID number blank. Now, for the correct answer. Now, what is the correct answer to this one again? Is a keyboard and output device true or false? It's false. So since it is false, just leave the correct answer false. No, because so this is where you specify what should be the correct answer to this particular question. Now, why is that so? Because later on, when you create your quiz, automatically you don't have to check their answers anymore. You will already have the score of the students right after they take the quiz. So that's the beauty of doing this particular quiz online. No, so leave it as false because the answer to that question is false. And if you want to give feedback to the students, if their response is true, then you type something here. If the response is false, you want to give any feedback, then you can also type it in here. Okay, now normally this one really works on elementary kids because they want to have feedback for whatever they input. They want interactivity. So once you're done with that, just select Save Changes, and you're actually done. So you have now created your second true or false question. Okay? So is that clear enough? Are you able to follow? Can I give a thumbs up? Can I get a thumbs up? About the others? Okay, thank you so much. I have read some issues with our application. We tried to help those who stayed after the training yesterday. Maybe we can also allocate another time to help you later. Okay, so thank you so much for those who are able to get it. Now, I need someone to share their screen and how they did this particular challenge here. So I asked you to create a true or false question. And the question FAP stands for First Away Xerox. Any volunteer? Any volunteer?
May I?
Sure, ma'am. You may share your screen. You may also quickly introduce yourself and from what school you are.
I'm from St. Louis University. I'm doing multitasking while doing other tasks. So I was able to do the first question because when you were discussing, I tried to do first the multiple choice. And now, pasensya po dalawa ang aking screen kasi nga, okay, so I'm going to do the multiple choice. I hope I was able to follow it correctly. And then, okay. So, question number. Ano na yung tanong, ma'am, na naka-display? Wala naman na po sa screen nyo, ma'am?
FAP stands for First Away. FAP stands for First Away Xerox. Yeah.
Fax, ganun po, ma'am? Stand for?
First Away Xerox, ma'am.
Stand away?
First Away Xerox. Anyway, okay lang, okay lang.
Oh, okay lang.
I'm
sorry. I'm not an IT person. Okay, so the journal feedback is thank you for congratulations for reaching this far. Sabi nga pang elementary eh. Okay. So they really need at least one. And then, kunwari false. Ano ba yung tamang sagot, ma'am, doon? True dapat?
False.
O sige, false. So, false. So I will be writing here what is supposed to be correct. So like kanina, what I wrote in the feedback is keyboard is an input, tama ba? And not an output for feedback. Okay, so let's say for example, try again. With smiley, okay, and then this, you are correct. Congratulations. Congratulations. And then, save na po. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Okay. So I did not just get the correct question a while back. Thank you, ma'am. Back to you po.
All right, thank you.
I-edit ko na lang muna going back to the correct question that you gave. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Okay, so I hope the others were also able to follow. No, so you take note that you can find the video that I have shared with you earlier on the book on InSol, and you can also find the step-by-step with a screenshot instructions on the same link as well. Okay, so maybe we'll proceed to the next type of question, the multiple choice type of question. So before I start this, let me share first the question. So for the multiple choice, it's you have the name of the screen that recognizes touch input. This is the question. And so your possible, your options that you give to the students is letter A, recognition screen, letter B, point screen, letter C, touch screen, letter D, Android screen. And of course, the answer to that, to the right answer to this is your touch screen. So in creating this in PLMS, you need to specify or indicate the possible answers. So recognition screen, point screen, touch screen, and Android screen without the letters. No? So I will just share this on the video.
So the next type of question I'm going to teach you is going to be on how to create multiple choice type of exam. So the same thing, you're going to choose a category, and since mine is a multiple choice, I have already pre-created a category for that. I will put it under output devices, multiple choice, and then I will just add a new question, and then select multiple choice.
Are you able to follow that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so shall I continue?
So I'll just call my question screen name, and I'll just copy it.
Okay, take note again that the question name is just a unique name that you want to name or you want to associate with with that particular question. But that's something that again will not be shown to your students. It will, if you already have your files for your exam before and you're simply converting or translating it to a question bank, it will be a lot easier if you just copy and paste it here. So it's a lot faster for me because I only copied the question from my Microsoft Word and pasted it here. No? So you can also do that on your own.
And this time, so of course the question text is the question. Okay, I might just put an underscore there. Then again, the default mark, normally 1. Then the general feedback again is what you want the students to see regardless of the question that they will select. Maybe you can put hints there. It's up to you. Just leave the ID number blank. Then here you can specify whether this question will need one answer only or multiple answers.
Okay, now I'm sure you can relate to this. Now there are types of questions that says letter A and C. That's the correct answer. Now, but in this case, we don't specify the letter. If you want to choose multiple answers, then you have to specify what are those possible answers. No, so again, in creating multiple type of exams, either there's only one answer to that question or there are multiple, meaning two or more answers ang iyang dapat i-select for that student to get the full number of points for that particular question.
Like for example, if you have a question that would say, say you're asking for the name of the screen that recognizes touch input, and let's say that in your possible answers, there are two items there that could be the answer to this question, then you can choose multiple answers allowed. Now, but in my case, in the case of the sample question that is flashed on your screen right now, the answer is only one, so I will just choose one answer only. Once you save that particular question, you can see it like this.
Okay, I think that there's something wrong with that video. Were you able to follow so far? I'm going to demonstrate it directly on my PLMS. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, either you go to questions and then you choose where you want to create this question, say for example, under multiple choice, or you can go to categories and then select it here and then just create a new question. Okay, so we choose multiple choice in this case, and then we choose add. And then let me just call it MC2. So again, let me copy one of my sample questions. While I'm doing this, maybe you can also start creating your own. Okay, so let's say that my question is this. Identify the device through which data and instructions are entered into a computer. Okay, so the possible answers are, or the options are software, output device, input device, and memory. Okay, now of course, in this case, the answer is input device. So I will just copy this. So I will just copy this and paste this to make it faster. Okay, and then remember that the hardest part of creating the question bank is only the first time. No, so because you can reuse this over and over again, either in the succeeding semesters where you have similar subjects or in the succeeding years. And so it's going to be more convenient once you already have accumulated all of these questions in your question bank. So just pasted it here. And to make it faster, I'll also do the same thing for my answer. So in my Microsoft, in the PowerPoint that I shared with you earlier, na ani siya tanan, I will just paste the question on this part of the configuration for creating multiple choice. So the question text is where you put in the question. So the question is identify the device through which data and instructions are entered into the computer. And the default mark is still 1. Then again, you can leave the general feedback blank. And then here you need to set how many answers is correct among the options that you're going to give. So we'll set this one to only 1 because only one answer man to kaganina, no? So we only have input device as a possible answer. So then under shuffle the choices. Now, by the way, this is also very important. This means to say that the letter A option for one student may not be the same for another student. So those four possible answers, which are Tanisha, software, output device, input device, memory. So it will not be always letter A for the software, always letter B for input device. So all these four will be reshuffled. So even if they're sitting next to each other, if the student's letter A may be software, another student is taking the same exam may have letter A input device because you activated the shuffle the choices. So this is also one way to promote security in the students while they're taking the exam. So let's just put in software there for the choice number 1. And then again, remember that each of these choices will be shuffled later. And then, by the way, take note that you also have the number, the choices option here. So if you choose A, B, C, for example, each of those items will be numbered A, B, C, but you can also change that to capital letters, to numbers, to Roman numerals, even no numbering. No, so it's up to you how you want to show it to your students. And I will show you later on how you can actually see a preview of this exam. So go to choice number 2 and type in another possible answer. Go to choice number 3 and type in another possible answer. And go to choice number 4 to type in the last one. Now, so you have choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, and choice 4. All of these are your options for the students. And then you need to identify which one is the correct answer. Which one is the correct answer again? The question is identify the
Input
device. Okay, very good. So your answer is input device. So what should you do to this particular choice? You need to indicate that once a student selects this answer, the grade of the student will be 100%. Now, what does it mean by 100%? Remember that you have assigned this to be equivalent to 1 point. That's the default mark. So if you say 100%, it means that once a student selects output device, he will get 100% of that 1 point, meaning he will get 1 point. Okay? Now, if you are creating a multiple choice type of exam wherein there are 2 possible answers, let's say that, example lang, for this particular question, ang answer could be software or output device. Example lang ha. So what you can do here is you can select the multiple answers allowed option. You can set that one. And then here, you can set that if a student selects software, he gets 50% of that 1 point. Siya half a point. And if he also selects output device, he also gets another 50%. So if these 2 options are selected by the student, so he gets a total of 100%. Okay, is that clear enough? You see the difference between multiple answers allowed and 1 answer only. So in our case, because, thank you. So because there's only 1 possible answer, so let's choose 1 answer only. And let's, of course, set this to none. So the student will not get any point if he chooses software because that's not the correct answer. But if he chooses output device, he will get 100% of the point, which is 1 point. And then the rest also none. So there's only 1 possible answer here, and that is output device. So let's see how this one will look like to our students. So let's save the changes. And then, so you now have created a second, in my case, this is my second multiple choice type of answer. Now notice that, type of exam, sorry. Notice that you have options here, that you have icons here. The first one is to manage tags. It's an advanced option to allow you to search your question, but ignore that for now. The second one is to edit. So if you want to make changes to your multiple choice type of exam, you can click on this one. The third one is if you want to duplicate. Okay, so like if there are similar questions, like the same options for A, B, C, D, and then only a different question, then you can duplicate to make it faster. And another one is you can click preview. So if you can click on preview, what happens is you will be able to see how it will look like on the students if you're going to deploy this true and false question. So the question is identify the device, and notice that you now have this. Now notice that letter A is memory, output device is B, letter C is input, letter D is software. If you're going to close this and run this one again to preview, notice that the sequence is now different. And why do you think it's that? Why do you think are the sequence different each time you click preview?
Because we shuffled, ma'am, the choices.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Gerald. And that's because we activated the shuffled option. So if you go back to your settings, remember that you have specified or you have activated the shuffle the choices option. So that means that a student may have different sequence as far as the options will go. So as you can see that the second time you open your multiple choice question, the preview icon is already activated, and this will allow you to see it. So that is also true for if you go back to our question bank, wherein all the questions that we have created are already here. This is also true for your true or false. So you can also preview your true or false question like this. A keyboard is an output device. Remember the one that we created earlier? So you have select one, true or false. Okay, question so far? Okay, are there any questions?
None so far, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Where do we add, like, we were able to develop one question only for the multiple choice. Now, if we have 10 questions, I'm trying to look for that, for a tab or an icon that says add another question. Wala naman po. So, saan ba yun?
Here, ma'am. This one, ma'am. Create
okay.
a new question.
Create a new question. Okay. Thank you
so
po.
You choose first
so,
where
hindi
you
pala
want
doon
to
mismo
put
sa ano. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so any other questions? Were you able to follow? Okay na?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Ma'am, a question po.
Yes.
Ano pong magandang purpose, ano pong purpose ng filter by tags?
Filter by tags. It means, sir, for example, if you already have a lot of questions in your question bank, and they say, for example, it's like a hashtag that you add to your post on your social media. If you create a tag, like for example, you say each time you create a question in addition, you create a hashtag called addition. Then if you're going to search for questions that has to do with addition, you just type it in there, and all questions in relation to addition will appear. And that will allow you to create a particular quiz that has to do with addition, everything about addition.
Saan po isulat yung hashtag, yung tag niya, ma'am? Saan po isulat
Each time you create a question, sir, there is an option for tags at the bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will put there the keywords that will make it
Yes.
easier to remember. Okay.
That will make it easier for you to find them later on.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so that is if you already have built a very huge question bank, no, which could happen every time, no, like in the future. At the moment, you're still building, so it's a lot of work in the beginning. But I tell you, once you have already created your question bank and you can reuse them and really optimize them and filter them for a particular quiz, it will be a lot easier. You don't even have to check your papers anymore because it's going to be your PLMS that will automatically do that for you. So of course, assuming that you were setting the correct answer, because otherwise, remember this is garbage in, garbage out. So if you specify the wrong answer in your question when you created it, then of course the student will get a wrong answer, even if he answers the correct answer. No, so whatever it is that you indicate as the correct answer in your question will be the one that will generate the point. Okay. Okay. So, are we ready to proceed to another type of exam? Can you send me a smiley if you are happy and you're ready to move on to the next type of exam? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I guess a lot of people, a lot of participants are happy and are following the discussion. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me proceed to the next part, which is the short answer questions. So this is one that is very easy to create.
Mute the.
Okay, sorry, Doc, I have to mute you. Okay, so this one is a type of question that's very easy to create. It's a short answer question. Okay, so let me share first the possible question. Okay, let's say you have URL stands for Uniform Resource Blank. So of course, the correct answer for this is locator. Okay, so this is an acronym, URL, and you're asking the student to fill in the blanks. Also, how do you create a short answer question? Let me share this video with you.
So for the short answer, it's basically the same. So again, first choose the category and then create a new question and then select short answer. Select add and then you're going to type in the question name here. So like for example, you can type here URL, anything that you could relate to that question. And so I only pasted URL stands for Uniform Resource blank, and then you need to specify the default mark. In my case, it will still be the same at 1 point. Then again, the general feedback, and then here you need to specify whether the possible answers case is unimportant. Like for example, if it is a noun, it must probably match. But in the case of this particular,
do you understand why it's important for a noun to match? So for example, if you're very strict, like in naming conventions, you want the first letter to be capital, then you have to set that setting uh, to that so that the casing is sensitive, that you really require that whatever you put in the answer part will be exactly the same as the correct answer from your students that you want to get from your students.
question, um, you can select no case is unimportant. So there's also
So the case means here uppercase or lowercase. So meaning if I answer here, if I'm going to type in locator, small letter, then if I'm going to answer small letter L for the locator, then it will still be correct. If I'm going to type in all capital letters for the word locator, then it will still be correct. So that's what it means when you set it to case is unimportant.
only one possible answer, and that would be locator. Now you can type in capital L here or small letter L. It doesn't matter because your case sensitivity option is already no case unimportant. So once this one is answered, once someone types in locator, for example, then you specify the grade. No? Like, of course, because this is the correct answer already, it will be 100% of the designated default mark, which is 1.
Okay, so if you're a very kind teacher and say that if the student answers locators, you know that locators is already wrong, but you still want to give points to that, then you can also set it. No? So you can put it under answer 2, and then you can specify how many percent of the grade are you going to give to the student who will type in locator. So all possible answers here must be indicated under answers. Okay, is it clear?
Copy, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue.
And there's no other possible answers. You can leave all the other blanks, answer 2 and answer 3 blank here, and you don't have to indicate anything on the feedback. However, if there's a possibility that you're creating a question that has other possible answers, then you can fill this up and even create more blanks for more answers. And then just the same as the other sample questions, just select Save Changes. And that's it. Now, if you're going to click on this one again, URL, or select Edit, here, by the way, you can also choose Preview, and this is also available in the other question types. You can choose Delete if you want to. You can duplicate. You can edit. Also, I'll just select Preview, and this is how it should look like. Oh, I'm sorry. It says URL stands for Uniform Resource Blank. So the student has to fill in or type in the correct answer.
Okay, so do you want me to do that again? Hello, are you still with me? Maybe we
Yes,
should stand and stretch.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Quick round through, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Sige, let's do this. So for that, mo ni ato ang gihimo ganina, no? Short answer question. Let's do this. So PLMS is an acronym for Blank Learning Management System. And of course, the correct answer is portable. Can someone do this and then show me once it's already done? Okay. Can someone create any short answer? Or if you have not created any short answer yet while I was demonstrating it on the video earlier, you can create a short answer type of question using this sample question on your screen, and then share it with me, share it with the other class, so with the other participants, so that they will also be encouraged and inspired to create their own question bank. Can we do that? Ma'am Kathy, yes, spacing is not included. So The space will be removed before and after the word. Yes, yeah, please take note for the participant earlier who could not find the submit button when creating a quiz. I forgot your name, sir. There's already an answer from our technical team here. If it's not the date that is the problem, or if the student is already enrolled in the class and he could already see that course, then maybe you need to set this setting called require students to click the submit button to yes. Okay, that's also one possibility. Okay. Anyone here who can share his screen on the short answer for creating a question on the one that is shared on your screen?
Ma'am, may I?
Sure, sir. Okay, nag-echo jud, sir. Okay, Sir Samuel. Yes, you may share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Naga-speaker, ma'am. Sa palihog.
Maybe, sir, you're showing a lot, using a lot of devices. Maybe i-mute ang uban, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
All right. Sige, sir, you may share your screen. Okay, so
Since I am
si sir
Filipino,
here must be a teacher in Filipino. That's right. Or social studies. Wow.
yes,
Filipino
ma'am.
din
Since
ni
I
kay
am
pag-aaral
Filipino,
ng wika.
yes po. Since I am Filipino major po, gumamit po ako ng lingwaheng Filipino po sa paggawa ng short answer question, and ito po yung nagawa ko, ma'am.
Okay.
Hindi mag-function ako. Categories. So pumunta po, yung ginawa ko, ma'am, pumunta na ako kaagad sa categories. Tapos clinic ko yung identification. Tapos after that, gumawa ako ng question. Create questions. Tapos I click the short answer. Then add. Tapos yung question name ko po, nilagyan ko lang siya ng I stands for identification. Tapos I1. Then, since may mga questions na ako from my exams, kinapi ko na lang siya, ma'am, para mas madali.
Yes, sir. That's the best way. Oo. So you can start converting all of your exams and put them in the question bank.
Yes, ma'am. So ito siya. Kinapi ko siya, ma'am. Tapos, nilagay ko siya dito sa question text. Question is, ito ay pantulong sa punemang segmental na siyang dahilan kung bakit higit na maging mabisa ang paggamit ng punemang segmental sa ating pakikipagtalastasan. The answer...
Okay, we don't understand that, sir.
I'm sorry. So, hindi ko kailangan, ma'am, kung uppercase ba siya or lowercase. It's all right kung ano ang sagot nila. So, the answer is punemang suprasegmental.
Okay.
Then, the grade is 100% since isa lang po ang answer niya. So, I put 100% na dito sa grade. Then, after that, I save it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your work. Okay, so there's a question here. Where can we find the questions that we have created? It's in your question bank, ma'am, at the moment. So if you go to your questions or categories, as you can see, you have here it's clickable. So for example, if you have created a question under the category true or false, then you just click on that and all the questions under that category will appear. Okay, that's where you can find the questions that you have created. So if you have created already 10 or 20 questions under this category, then it will all appear here. Okay. You can also move it to another, from one category to another. So just select the question that you have created and then select move to, and then specify where you want to move it. And then that's it. No, you can click, you can transfer it. No, so basically here right now we're just building our question bank. We are not yet creating the quiz. So this is not yet viewable by the students. Not yet. No? So let me just continue with the rest of the discussion. Let's move on to...
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Wala siyang feedback, ma'am, no? Pag mamali ang student, ma'am, no?
Wala, sir.
Wala, ma'am.
Oo. Short answer.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a general feedback naman, sir. Yeah, the general feedback is there, but the feedback is only for the answers. So walang feedback if the answer is wrong.
Pwede kaya yun din yung gamitin, ma'am, no? Kasi lalabas man siya pagkatapos ng mag-take, ma'am, no? Yung general feedback. Lagyan na lang the correct answer. Parang ganun.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sige, so that was short answer. We'll move on. Sorry. Yeah, short answer. Tama, di ba? Let's move on to question type. Sorry, matching type. Ayan. Okay, so for the matching type, for me to share the question that I used here, I have this. No? So usually, diba, if it is matching type, you have set A and you have set B. No? So, and all the answers, possible answers of set A is found on set B. So they just have to match. So what we do is here, we have 3 questions. I only have 3 questions for this particular example. And then you have the 3 possible answers here on the right side. So the first question is someone who develops an application or system software. So of course, the answer is programmer. Knowledge and understanding of computers and their use is computer literacy. And then consists of a series of instructions that tells the computer what to do is the software. So what happens here is that we will create all these questions and also the possible answers, and it is going to be the student who will choose from all of these possible answers what is the best answer for that question. Okay, so you will see that later as I do the demonstration. So let me just play this video. Let me just share this one full screen. So for the short answer, it's so for the short answer, it's basically the same. So again, first choose the category. Sorry, not short answer, but we're already in matching type.
And for matching type, it's basically the same. Just choose matching type under the question bank and then create a new question. Select matching, select add.
Okay, so were you able to follow? You need to go to create questions and choose matching. Okay, and then that's when you start creating your questions.
I will just call this one empty. And I will just type in choose the best answer for for the following. Excuse me. And this is where you're going to choose or specify the question and the answer. So first question, then I'll just type in the correct answer for that question, programmer. Then for question number 2, knowledge and understanding of computers and their use, the answer to that is computer literacy. And then the third question would be consists of a series of instructions that tells the computer what to do. I'll just type in computer software. Now you can have more questions if you want to, but I only have prepared 3 questions and 3 possible answers. And once you're done, just have to select Save Changes. And again, it is now saved in that particular question bank. And you can, again, you can manage tags. Tags is basically for searching. I will discuss that in another meeting. The second one is to edit. And the third icon is to duplicate, just like the previous examples. Then to preview and to delete. So let's just click preview. And notice that you now have the questions that we have created here. And notice that since this is a matching type, so this is set A, set B will have the same options for all 3. So you have programmer, computer software, and computer literacy for the first question, the same thing for the second question and the third question. So you can just select close preview, or here you can specify other settings such as the number of points, etc.
Okay, so were you able to follow that? Can we do this together? So I'll give you like 3 minutes to do this. I'll give you 3 minutes to do this matching type of question. The set A is this and set B is this. Create a matching type exam.
Is it correct, ma'am, that for us to be able to provide more choices out of, like, let's say, for example, 3 questions, that in column B, they will have 5 answers, 5 choices, that we're just going to add blank questions, ma'am?
Yeah, normally, ma'am, if we create matching type, the number of questions on set B, set A will be exactly the same as the options in set B.
Okay.
Sa written, ma'am, na may practice, ma'am, na ano, ma'am, may additional sa ano, ma'am, sa isang column.
I'm sorry, sir?
Sa written, ma'am, ba, pag may matching type, yung sa kabila, sa B, may, let's say, 10 items, gagawing 11 yung sa B.
Maybe, sir, it's contrary to what we have learned in education. Because, diba, it should be the same. In fact, when we create exams, diba, it should be depending on the number of hours we have allocated for the particular topic. So may competition talaga siya.
Ma'am, dito kasi sa may parang instruction sa taas, ma'am, yung parang default information, sabi dito, you can provide extra wrong answers by giving an answer with a blank question. Ganun po kasi yung nandito. So, dito ako.
Yes, ma'am. You can also do that. Pwede po. But that is if you want set A to be lesser in the number of items compared to set B. So mas marami siyang possible answers. Like you want to really confuse your students. Oo, pwede din. Do you still have a question, Sir Christian?
Wala na, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so again, I'd like to remind everyone we're still creating the questions. We're not yet creating the quiz. So later on, we will discuss when do you see those feedback? No? So like immediately after they take the exam or immediately after they click on a particular question, etc. No? So we will configure that as well. Okay, can I want to see what you have done so far. Like perhaps we can have one from each region or dili na lang region. One from Luzon, one from Visayas, and one from Mindanao. Can someone share his or her screen, like show us the number of questions that you have built so far? The number of true or false questions, matching type, multiple choice. Yes, Ma'am Edna. Thank you so much, Ma'am. You may share your screen. You can also introduce yourself, Ma'am. What is BASC, Ma'am?
My name is Edna May D. Cruz. I'm from Bulacan Agricultural State College in San Ildefonso, Bulacan. So these are the actually I cannot see kung nakikita niyo po ba itong mga questions ko. So sa questions ko po, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. 5 categories, and then with regards to questions, I have already made saan pala siya? Po ba mapipreview yung mga questions nito? Ba't biglang nawala?
Yung kanina, ma'am, those numbers after the category name. So one for matching type.
Okay po. So I have one matching type po. Ayun po, merong under po nung waves. Hindi ko po kasi alam kung ano ilalagay dito sa title, pero waves na lang po yung nilagay ko. For modified true or false po, I
have 2. For multiple choice po, I have 2. Medyo may problem pa po ako dito sa problem solving. Sa short answered question po, yung matching type ko po kanina, ganito po yung ginawa ko. So, kapag ka po ipin-review, ganito po yung nakikita. So, I have 2 sets of questions and then pagka po tinignan yung drop-down menu, meron po akong 3 klase ng answers.
Okay.
Ayan po. Would you like to see the other categories? O okay na po yun. For modified true or false po, I have 2 questions po. So my first question po is, a longitudinal wave is, yan, ganyan lang po yung nakalagay. So kung true po, ang pipiliin ng mga bata, ang magiging sagot po nila dyan ay incorrect or try again. Pagka naman po false, they need to change the underlined words. So meron pong matching na sagot para po doon. Yun po. Okay po.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing. So that's from Luzon. May I have someone from Mindanao, please? Anyone from Mindanao? Sige, sir. I cannot see your full name. You may also introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Rhino from Notre Dame Kidapawan College, North Cotabato po. I have created my multiple choice question like this one. So if tingnan natin yung preview niya, I have 3 questions. But if you try to look into the choices, meron akong 5. So merong 2 mali diyan na na answer. Okay. Dinagdagan ko ng 2 choice na 5 para at least para maging confusing ni the student to make it more Okay, opo. So yan yung preview niya. So mayroong 3 tanong and may 5 choices doon sa niya, column B.
Okay, thank you. Did you make other types of quizzes, sir?
Questions po, ma'am. Opo, ma'am. Yung category ko po kasi is I have created by chapter, then inside each sub chapter meron akong subcategories. Group them into different question types. So like for instance sa essay, I have 1, matching type 1, multiple choice 1, short answer 1, true or false 1.
Okay.
So like sa essay po, so yan yun siyang niya.
Nauna ka na, sir, ha?
Nauna pala ako, ma'am, sorry. Kasi nag-try ko kasi, ma'am, eh. Then ano pa yun? Categories. We have the multiple choice also. So yan yung sa multiple choice niya. Then randomly random yung niya, selection of sa answers niya po. Then later siguro during the pag marami na yung question ng multiple choice, pwede ding random yung items niya.
Yeah.
Then yun. Short answer also po. So short answer, ganun din. I have 1 question also created. So yun yung answer po. Then ano pa? True or false. Then
Actually, sir, we could not see your preview.
Hindi makita po, ma'am. Sorry. Yung i-share ko po na
yung naka-share kasi is yung
Yung okay po, sorry. Sorry. Saan na yun? So yan po yung sa true or false. Question niyo po.
Okay,
De,
sige, sir. Sir,
thank you po.
salamat. Thank you from Kidapawan in Mindanao. So anyone from the Visayas?
Ma'am, may question ako, ma'am.
Ay, sir, yes.
Iset yun ng 3, ma'am, no? Yung points, ma'am, doon sa pagtatlo yung ano, ma'am, no? Question, ma'am, no? Iset ng 3 yung score.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sige, okay, sige. So, anyone who would like to share his or her work from Visayas? From Visayas. Walay gatsi sa Visayas? Ah.
Apay, dahil nga ada sa bali nga silaw. Ako na. Sinmakit ito.
Any volunteer from the Visayas? How about from Holy Name University? Anyone? Would you like me to discuss it again? Is there any part of the discussion that you want me to repeat?
Ma'am, ako po, volunteer po.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. From Holy Name University, Ma'am Catherine.
So, ito po yung ano po, nagawa sa true or false po.
Okay, ma'am, can you share your screen?
Yes po. Ito po sa true or false. And then,
Wala pa, ma'am. We could not see your screen yet. Okay, there it is. Okay na.
yes po. Then, for the multiple choice. Ito po.
Okay. Ma'am, I have a question. Do you know
Yes
how
po.
to change the options from letters to numbers?
For the multiple choice.
Yes, ma'am.
Ito po.
Very good. Okay. Okay, so can you set it, ma'am? Can you set it so that the others can also see? Okay, can you show the preview? Okay. So as you can see now, instead of letters A, B, C, D, mom now has her options numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 because of the option that she changed when creating the quiz or the question. Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Would you like to share your other types of exam?
Okay po. Identification. Ito po, for identification po.
Okay. Okay. Sige po. All right, sige. So, thank you so much. So, may kumpleto na, no? There's one from Luzon, Mindanao, and Visayas. So, at this point, I'd like to give you a challenge, no? So, if you remember when I shared with you the options for multiple choice, you have okay, so when I shared with you the options for multiple choice, if you're going to create a question, you can actually insert an image instead of a text. Okay, so let's say, for example, that you want the students to identify using a matching type of question, multiple choice of question. You want them to identify a particular picture. Or let's say, for example, let me give you a very easy question. Which one is blue? And then you have options at the bottom. Now, instead of text, you use an image. No? So can you do that? Can you create a question in multiple choice that uses images rather than text? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask for volunteers later on who can give me an example, a multiple choice question that uses images rather than text. Okay, and to give you a hint.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding the types of question you can add. For example, right here, multiple choice. Because in nursing, sometimes we have a category which is SATA, select that all that apply questions. Which one should I choose here? Is it
Select
still
all that
considered multiple
apply.
choice?
Pwede din
Yes,
siya sa
because
multiple choice, sir.
is it still the same? Because one wrong. Is it still the same, sir, ma'am? For example, in SATA questions, you have to be correct on all your choices. Otherwise, it would be incorrect.
Okay, I actually have not tried that kind of exam. Let me check. I will get back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So it's like all or nothing, right? Tama ba, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, for example, if there are 3 correct answers and the students only select 2, then they should not get anything.
Yes. Still 1 point for that question. For example, there are 3 choices. 2 are correct, 1 is wrong, and if they are correct on all the choices, then that's just 1 point.
And if they only selected, what if there are only 2 correct answers out of 3 that they selected?
They
Then
have
they
to be
will only
correct on
get.
all the answers. Because it's select all that apply. For example, which one of this medication would be used in treating patients with edema, for example? There would be 3 or 4 answers to that question. However, the choices would be 5 or 6. But
So if there
that
is
question
one
would
there that is wrong, dapat wala na, walang point na.
yes.
I think you can use multiple choice and then just give 100% to all correct choices.
Okay. How about to the wrong choices, ma'am? Just leave it blank.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because on Google Classroom, which is the LMS that we are currently using, we have to change from multiple choice to checkbox. Because if you use multiple choice, even if there are multiple answers and one answer is correct, even just one answer, the whole question will be correct. But for checkboxes, it should be all the boxes that are checked should be correct, which is essentially an example of a SATA question.
All or nothing.
Yes.
Oo, no?
Baka ano siguro ma'am, baka 33% each kung tatlo sila. Pwede ba yun?
33%,
To make
hindi,
up the whole,
but
to make
dapat
up the
kasi
1 point.
wrong. Dapat kasi wrong kapag one of the selected items is wrong. Pa yun ang sabi ni sir.
So hindi pwede yung ganun ma'am, yung 33%, let's say tatlo yung choices, so 33%
That's
each.
only good if, like, for example, you don't mark the entire answer wrong kapag, like, for example, out of the two possible answers, isa lang yung na-check niya, so he only gets 0.5 or half of the point. But in the case of what sir mentioned on the kind of checking that we do, dapat correct lahat, otherwise wrong siya.
Yes, ma'am, because that is these types of questions are quite common in nursing. Select all that apply questions, and these are mostly critical thinking questions, which are not really covered here for multiple choice. I haven't really tested multiple choice just as well if it would support SATA questions.
I think Dr. Deeb has something to say. I have not tried that personally, but I think he has an experience with this one. Or is this Jade? He's in training and user support. Anyway, sir, we will test that out and we will show you the solution to that within this week or maybe tomorrow. Thank you. We have not tried that, no, sa amin. Okay, so can you do the challenge, please? So in the multiple type of question, instead of just text, you can use images. No, so your question may be an image, and then you might also match it with some images, or you can post a text wherein the answer is an image, or you can post an image wherein the possible answers are text. So can you use the options that are found under the choices on creating links or images? You can even actually insert an audio here or a video. No, so it really depends on your creativity in formulating your exam. But one of the very easy examples of this is like in elementary when you are asked to match a shape or a color, options like that. So can you create a multiple choice type of question using images? Okay, I'll give you time to work on that. Let's say I'll give you like 5 minutes. That's already long enough, but maybe if you are not yet ready with your images, and I'll give you time to research and download your images. Sir, who was that again? Who answered the SATA kind of exam?
Me, ma'am.
Sir Vincent, right? Sir, I was looking at, let me share my screen. I think this is the solution to what you were asking me. If you have noticed in the multiple type of exam, so you have here for the answer, for the possible answer, you can set it to Like for example, if there are 3 possible answers, you can set it to 33.3. Diba? So give me a possible question, sir. MC nursing. Sample na ha. What are the possible medicines you can give to a patient with COVID? Okay, so possible. So you can put here multiple answers allowed. Okay, then you can set, for example, solution 1. Okay, like or med 1. Butangan na ako. I'll just put med 1, sir, because I do not know the names of your generics. So let's say that the answer is med 1, 3, and 5. No, so I'll just put here med 1, 33%, med 2, med 3, 33%, and then med 5, 33%. Okay, so that means if the student selects med 1, med 3, and med 5, the student will get 1 point. Diba? Correct? 33.33 times 3. No, but if, for example, the student chose one of these answers, med 2. So, diba, ang answer is med 1, 3, and 5. So, med 2, kunwari, is not part of the option. So, when the student selects this, the student, sorry, it should be under choice 4. When the student selects med 3 as one of the possible answers, instead of getting a point, she's going to get minus. So, point minus 33.33%. Diba, sir? Tama siya. So, magiging 0 na yung total niya. So, instead of getting an additional points, he's going to get minus points for choosing that answer. Tama, Sir Vincent? I think this is the solution to your question. So, for example, if she only chose, so if let's preview this na lang. So, ganyan. So, kunwari, the answer is 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5. So, dapat these 3. No, but if the student selects one of this, instead of getting 1 point, one of this will cause his score to be subtracted by negative or minus 33.33%. So one wrong answer will also subtract instead of add to his score. You can try this one, sir, if this is the solution to that.
Could you show the screen, ma'am? I haven't seen the preview.
Okay, this one.
How about just set all the correct answers to 100%, ma'am, and the wrong answers to none?
If it's 100%, one answer will already get the 1 point. Kunwari,
okay,
the entire, so kunwari that this question, one question is equivalent to 1 point. So if you are expected as a student to select 3, for you to get the 1 point, each of these possible answers will only get you 33.33%. So yung tatlo will give you 1 point.
So if the student would, for example, what was set was 1. Was that 1?
1 point. Tapos for
1
every
point. So
correct
that's 100%.
So for every correct answer, meron siyang 33.33%.
Okay.
And then for every wrong answer, meron siyang minus 33.33. So every wrong answer will subtract his score rather than add.
Okay. So I'll probably test it, ma'am.
Test mo na lang.
Okay.
Sige po. Okay, so were you able to Were you able to make your multiple choice now using images?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Edna, could you please share your screen? And maybe we can go directly to preview.
Ito po yung ginawa kong example for my image po. So ito po yung pinili ko lang na image. A sinusoidal wave is traveling toward the right as shown. Which letter correctly labels the amplitude of the wave? So ito po yun. So the
Okay.
answer po is B. Okay po. Yun naman po tinatanong ni Sir po kanina, yung SATA, ito naman po yung ginawa ko. The same po dun sa sinabi ni ma'am. Check all the parts of the wave train. So basically po lahat yan sagot maliban sa letter D. So dahil po 5 yung choices ko, 4 po yung tama. So 25% each.
25%.
Apo. So pag chinek po nila yan, yun po yung lalabas na sagot po. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Edna. Okay, so Ma'am
question
Edna
po,
is
ma'am.
from Luzon, right?
Opo.
Sir, sino po yun?
Rodelito Sazon.
Sir Rodolito. Yes, sir.
Question ko, ma'am. So, for example, in that case, na 4 yung choices, yung correct answers, 25%. Tapos, what if dalawa lang yung nakuha niyang tama? So, may sobra pa siya.
Po.
Let's say 0.5. Would that be added sa total score niya? Or it's
Yes,
considered nullified?
It will be added because you can only
Added.
set the number of decimal places in your score.
Okay po, thank you.
Okay, so who else can share the use of images in creating multiple choice type of exam? So supposedly may nag-volunteer si Ma'am Erlyn, but wala siyang audio. Sige ma'am, we will just describe it for you. Tagbilaran City College. Yes, so this one is the preview of what Mom created. Types of technopreneurship. We could not see your preview, Ma'am, because you need to share that new pop-up on Zoom. Okay. There's a new pop-up, Ma'am, when you click the preview. Kindly share that on Zoom. Yeah. Okay. Okay. How about images on the possible answers itself? Is there anyone who created that kind of quiz? Sir Mark. Wala gya po yung audio. Okay, sige sir.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, sir. Okay. Select the computer monitor below. Okay. So this is very helpful in creating your quiz. And as I said many times over, only the first step is the hardest because you can always reuse this exam. Okay, so I guess at this point, we are now ready to move on. Ay, meron pa ba? I think we're already complete now. We have already called someone from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So I guess at this point, we are ready to proceed to essay. Okay, so for essay, actually, it's also very easy. Okay, because basically the options are similar. So let me just go back to my categories and I choose essay, and then I create a new question, and then this time I choose essay. Okay, then just select add, just like what you do with the other type of questions we have created earlier. And then name your essay question. Say, for example, okay, intro 1, like what you did with your introduction, no? Let's say, what do you think is the importance of having this course given the current pandemic? Okay. Then again, specify the number of points. Let's say 5 points for this. You have the feedback, which may appear later. And then you have the response format. Now, this one could be either plain text, or you have the HTML editor, or no online text. You can just choose plain
What
text.
is the importance of
Okay, and then here you can specify the number of lines for your input box. So let's say you want 20 lines. And then you can also specify if you can allow the students to submit an attachment. So say, for example, aside from the text that they enter, assuming that they would also be allowed to submit a file. So you can set this one to the number of attachments that you allow, or you can select unlimited. If you don't want any attachment, then just leave it at the default setting of no. And then just like earlier when I discussed how you can submit an attachment in your assignment, you can also specify the type of file that you will allow. So for example, instead of no here, let's say you allow one attachment, then you can specify whether this is required or not. No, so you can specify attachments are optional, or you can really specify na there's really one attachment, otherwise it will not be allowed. No, so let's say attachment is optional, but if in case there is an attachment, you want it to be, let's say, a document file. Okay, then you choose document file, and then you choose save at the bottom, save changes. So going back, you have created an essay question. Your question is as a code of intro 1. Again, something that is not going to be displayed to your students. This is the actual question, and the number of points is 5. You can also type in here your general feedback, which will only be displayed depending on your settings when you create the quiz later. And then you have your response option as to where they could type in the response. And then here, this is the requirement, whether the text is optional or whether the text is really required. So for example, they really have to type in a text and then also attach a file, which is also, or optionally attach a file, No, so these are, in other words, here you have the option whether to require them to type in a text or not, or to require them to have an attachment or not. So you have a complete freedom here to decide. So let's say that you really want to require your students to enter a text, and the input box size will be 20 lines. And then you allow attachments, but that the attachment is optional. And the type of attachment that you expect from this assignment or from this quiz, essay quiz, is a document file. And then here you have your response template. So if you're going to read what is the response template, this is that any text entered here will be displayed in the response input box when a new attempt at the question starts. Okay, then you have your graders information, which I will discuss tomorrow when we discuss grading, and then you click Save Changes. So once you're done with this, let's have a look at the preview. Okay, can you see the preview here? So this is now your question. You have created this size for your input box because you specified 20 lines. So this is 20 lines all in all. Actually, when you reach the bottom, it will also allow you to type in a text. And then you have here accepted file types. So this is a space, there's a space where you can attach a file because you have specified that in your settings. But that if I'm going to close this, and if I'm going to remove the attachment setting, okay, let me go back to the settings. Let's say that we're going to not allow any attachment. So you choose no here. So when you save this, actually there's supposed to be already a preview button there, but let me just click on preview again. And notice that this time there is no space where you can where the student can attach a file. So this is an essay type of question, and now the difference is that unlike your other type of questions, notice that there is no space where as a teacher you can type in the correct answer because you will have to grade this manually. Okay, now the other type of questions will automatically be rated or graded after the students take the exam. And you also have a leeway whether to share that result to them or not. But with essay, you will really have to do this manually. Okay, so can I expect you to do this or to create your own question and share it in a little while? I'll give you 3 minutes.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I just have a question regarding the SATA inquiry.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
I already made a sample question regarding SATA. Could I share this?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Okay, so I made a question right here. This is about a medication drug digoxin. So this would be a SATA question. Oh, sorry, this is not the one. SATA questions here. So the I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 choices right here, and 3 of this is correct. The question states, what are the early signs and symptoms the nurse should assess for a patient taking digoxin, which would indicate drug toxicity? So, for example, the correct answers are your vomiting, nausea, and your anorexia. When I submitted that, that is the correct answer because that all of these selections are correct. But what if I try here, vomiting, nausea, and dysrhythmias? One is incorrect. So here, it would say partially correct. Is there a way that this would be incorrect instead of just partially correct? Because here the mark is 0.67 out of 1.
That's
Or
0.67 because you get 33.33 for the two correct answers.
yeah, yes, ma'am. But if I try this one, for example,
Minus siyang duha.
yeah,
Sir, did you
here
set
your
your
answer is
two?
yes, 33.33%, ma'am. Each
How about the
answer here.
drowsiness and kanisha, sir, kaning
Zero,
drowsiness and it should
no,
be dapat na siya minus, sir. Katong akong di-explain ganina.
okay. So there should be a negative on those.
Yes. So that, for example, there are two correct answers and one.
Excuse me po. Baka pwede po minus 100 yung wrong answer para automatic mali agad lahat ng
Zero.
choices. Opo.
Would that be
para
negative?
Walang matira.
Let's see. Yeah, let's try that now. Let's try
For
that.
example, negative
if it will not
for
be
dysrhythmias and this drowsiness, negative 100.
Yeah, no, this is the beauty of trainings like this because we're learning from each other. These are the types of questions we don't normally do in our classes, but it's being done in other colleges.
Okay, for example here, ma'am, I would check all the correct answers, but also include the incorrect one. Your answer is correct, incorrect. So you need to put negative 100 for the for basically all
correct
the
na, diba?
incorrect answer.
So it's already 0 out of 1. So this is what you
Yes.
wanted, right? Na once there is one wrong answer, the entire answer will be correct. Will be wrong.
Yes,
So this
ma'am.
one will not generate any point anymore because one of the So sir, thank you for that. Who gave that suggestion?
Mr. Sason po. Thank you. Rodel.
Salamat, sir. Sir
Welcome.
Rodel. Thank you. Yeah. So we're all learning from each other, and thank you so much for that. If ever there will come a time where we will also use this kind of quizzes in our classes, then at least now we know what to do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that sharing. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So anything else? Can you share with us at least one quiz, yung essay? Essay question, sorry. Essay question. Can someone share a question created using the essay type? Do we have participants from Iloilo or Bacolod? The western part of the Visayas. Can we get some participation from Bacolod or Iloilo? Anyone? Wala any volunteer?
Volunteer.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am Wani.
Oh, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is Wani Haron from Kamsi. Let me share my screen first. Wait lang. Am I sharing my screen, ma'am? Not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, this one. Share. Okay, so this is my essay question. So, am I going to proceed now to the preview? Okay, dito na lang siguro ma'am sa preview.
Okay.
So what I did is actually make a question wherein I included an image on concepts of linear algebra. So I included an image there, which I have already saved in my desktop. And I asked my students there, how are they going to explain the concepts of linear algebra in solving real life problems? And then I put the image. And this is the space where they're going to write their answers. Okay.
Excuse ma'am. Di makita
Yes.
yung screen,
We
ma'am.
cannot, kindly share that particular preview na nag-pop up.
Oh, paano ba yun? Wait lang
Share
ma'am.
again, ma'am.
Ito. Sorry.
No problem. There.
Ayan na po, ma'am.
Yes.
Are you
we can
seeing
see
my
it
screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the question which I have formulated for the essay type of question, but dumay hangover ako doon sa sa activity kanina because I want to include an image in my question. So because there is also an option where we can include images for our essay type of questions, so I included one. And this where I place the image and ask my students on how they're going to explain the concepts of linear algebra in solving real life problems. Okay. And this is the part where they're going to answer.
Okay. No need for attachment, right? So, right, ma'am? Your setting did not allow any
Text.
attachment. Text lang.
Okay. I think ang
many lines?
option na nilagay ko na ba text lang po. No attachment po, ma'am. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, it really depends on how you want your essay question to be set up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you din po.
Okay. Any other clarification from the others? Okay na ba? Okay, can we now create our first exam? Okay, I guess we're now ready to create our first exam. So as mentioned earlier, we have just filled up or populated our question bank, but we have not yet created our quiz. So how do we create a quiz? So first, you need to click on the create learning activity. Okay. Are you seeing my screen? Okay. Now, then you need to select quiz. Okay, and normally while we are still creating our quiz, we would change the visibility to hide from students, so that no student who is very quick will start answering while you're still adding questions to your quiz. So let's say, for example, midterm exam. Okay, so let's say honesty is best policy. We rely on your blah, 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 blah. Okay, so anything else that you want to remind your students about, other instructions, etc. And you can, again, just like what we did with the assignment earlier, you can click display description on course page so that this description can already be seen right under the midterm exam that is going to be created on the on your course. So like, for example, this one. So you know that you are still working on your quiz and it's not yet available to students because you will see the note not published to students. And then this is your description, which you have displayed. And then you have here the number of students versus the number of students who attempted versus the number of students in your class. No? And then, so of course, we're not yet done finalizing our settings. So we go back to edit. And then here, we specify the timing. So when do you want to start opening the quiz? So meaning to say, let's say you want to make this available only between 4 to 5 in the afternoon. So you set the date here. For example, you set it to September 23, 2021, and it will only be available between 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, so you can also disable this. That means to say it will be open the moment you save it and make and then hide it and show it to your students. So in my case, I usually set this one. So you set when you want the quiz to be available, and then here is when you want to start to close the quiz. Meaning to say, once the time here is this is 4:15, no? So sorry, this is 4 p.m. Okay, and say for example you want to close the quiz on the same date, and you want to close it at 5 p.m. Okay, so this is the minute. Sorry about that. Did not see it because of this. Okay. Now, so this is the time the quiz is made available to students. This is the time when the quiz will already close. That means to say that after this date and time, your quiz will still be visible on your course, but the student cannot take it anymore. Okay, so is it clear? Now, then this one is a time limit. So see, for example, yes, sir, Jomeo.
May I ask po what's the last column? Like there's 2021 and then there's 16.
Sorry, it's like this. Naka zoom out, zoom in kasi yung screen ko. Is it better
Yun.
now?
Yeah, may I ask po
Actually,
what's the
I also
16? Yeah, what's the
this is the
16 there
time,
po?
sir.
Okay,
This is the
noted.
time. This is the hour. This is the minute.
Okay, thank you
It's
po.
in military time.
Thank you po. Salamat.
And so this one is a time limit. Say, for example, that you only have a 10-minute quiz and you only want to make it available for 10 minutes. So you can set this one to enable, and then you can type in 10. So that means to say that the moment they start, it will start counting 10 minutes. And even though the quiz up date and time is not yet up, it will complete or finish the quiz. Meaning this is open between 4 to 5 p.m., but they only have 10 minutes to answer the quiz. Okay? Now, when this time limit expires, when the time is up, what will happen to your quiz? These are the options. The open attempts are submitted automatically. That's the first option. That means to say that while, for example, if there are 10 questions and the student is still in number 8, even though it's not yet submitted or he is not yet done, it will automatically be submitted to the system, okay, when the time is up. Now, there's also another option. There is a grace period when open attempts can be submitted, but no more questions can be answered. So that means to say that there's a grace period. There's going to be a timer, actually. There's a timer on the screen of the students. And once the time is up, they only need to submit the quiz, and they could no longer click any other question. Then the third option is more brutal. attempts must be submitted before the time expires or they are not counted. So you have to also monitor. There's a timer on the screen of the students, but they also have to monitor it themselves. If they don't submit before the time expires, their score will now be 0. Now they will not be counted, regardless of whether they already almost completely have taken the exam. Okay, so I'll stop up to here. And at this point, I want you to create your own quiz and set the settings, and we will discuss the other parts of the quiz, the other parts of the quizzes. Sir Razel, your question is, since we are setting time limit, the students needs to be online while taking the exam or quiz for synchronization. Sir, if they already have the PLMS on their USB, which is why we are doing this training, even though they are offline, there's going to be a timer and it will be submitted, it will be saved on the USB on that particular date and time that we have set for the particular quiz. So they don't have to be online because the quiz that you have created or the questions that you have created is stored in the USB. You're welcome. Okay, so are we good on this one? Can I see a thumbs up if you are already doing this or if you're already done setting the timing for your quiz? And by the way, I really appreciate those who are sticking to our schedule. I know it's not easy. We are now on day 3, and I know it's not easy to be sitting down in front of your computer from 1 to 5 in the afternoon since Monday. But this is something that we want to do for ourselves as well as for our students. So I'd like to thank you for that and to congratulate you for that. And thank you for always diligently doing the activities that we are asking you to do in this training.
Ma'am, tomorrow and Friday whole day pa rin, from 8 a.m. or from
Ay,
1
sir,
p.m.
di po tayo whole day, sir. 1 to 5 lang po tayo since
1 to
Monday.
5 until Friday po, ma'am.
Until Saturday po, meron po tayong closing on Saturday. After this, you can still reach out to us through Soul. And you can still do your deliverables, your assignment and your quiz until March.
Oo. Ma'am, paano yung isang subject namin on Saturday? Because we have another subject with you with this project on Saturday, ma'am. Hindi po magko-conflict doon sa schedule po?
Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure about the schedule. And I will ask our project leader, ma'am, because actually the one who will facilitate this Saturday afternoons, day 6 of this training is going to be Dr. Dave Marshall, and he's the project leader. We will just inform you tomorrow as to what we're going to do with those participants who are enrolled in both courses.
Thank you, ma'am.
A question, ma'am. How do we get a copy of a recording of this lecture and the previous days?
Nandun na po, sir, sa Our Soul. Meron pong, for every day of the training, there's a link there that you can find.
Na-upload na po ba yung sa Dato? Mukhang wala pa.
I'm not yet sure, ma'am. The technical team is the one in charge of that. We will check that later, but they are tasked to post that 24 hours, 12 to 24 hours after the training. So hopefully nandun na po.
Okay, kaya pala wala kaninang umaga because I was supposed to review the whole Thank you, ma'am. In an hour daw po. Thank you po.
Okay, so are we good? Are you already done setting your timing? Because it's almost, time check, it's already 4:24. we have like, no, 4:25. We only have 35 minutes more. So a few minutes more and we're already done. Don't worry. So okay na? Can we proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to grade. So the grade category here is just leave the setting uncategorized. Here you need to specify what's the grade that they should get to pass. Okay, so for example, let's say 8. So assuming that you only have, let's say five questions na lang yung, we will make 5 questions. Let's say 3 to pass. Now, then this is the number of attempts allowed. Now, if you remember, in the quiz that is given to you for this training, you have how many attempts allowed?
7.
7. Okay, so it's up to you, no?
10.
So, well, of course,
Actually, 10,
normally
di ba?
if a quiz, 10 ba? I'm not sure, no? uh,
10,
normally, if
ma'am.
we give the exam,
10
if we give the exam face to face, yeah, if we give the exam face to face, we would only let them take it once, no? So it's up to you how you're going to decide on this one. Let's say 1 attempt allowed. Now, if you allow your students to take it more than once, like in your case, if you're saying that you are allowed to take the quiz 10 times, how will it be recorded? Which one will be recorded? So it says here highest grade, average grade. So meaning to say, if you took it 3 times until you are able to get the perfect score, then it will get the average of those 4 attempts that you did. Or it will also record only the first attempt or the last attempt. So it's really up to you as the teacher. So in our case, for this training, to give you the best feeling of taking the quiz, we selected highest grade. No? So I hope you understand this. Any question about the grading method?
Ma'am, ano po yung maganda, ma'am, para sa mga estudyante, ma'am?
Well,
Highest
if you,
grade po, no?
it really is up to you. What is the objective of you giving that quiz? If it's for maximum learning, then you can just let them take the exam many times, no? Because you want them to learn and to really practice what you are teaching them. But if you really want to measure if they learned something out of your, for example, lecture, then maybe you can set it to only 1 time, mga ganyan, or first attempt. It really is up to you as to what you are measuring and what is the reason why you're giving that particular quiz. Huh? Now, so
Thank you, ma'am.
those are the options that
Question,
we
ma'am.
have. Yes, Sir Rodel.
I tried the first attempt lang, 1 attempt. I allowed 1 attempt kasi nga quiz. Ang problema, in the middle of their quizzes, yung signal interruptions with my students. So, nare-reset yung quiz, tapos they cannot attempt anymore. Then they get mga 2 or 3 points lang out of 20. So, the question is, how do I reset that? Or what would be
Yes,
the
so you can do that. You can check that later. I will show you that one later. No.
Okay.
You can actually let the student take it again. No, you can just specifically specify that student only can retake the exam. Okay, and then this one is the layout. So, like for example, how many questions do you want per page? No, so let's say, for example, if you only have 5 questions, do you want only 2 questions per page? So there will be 3 pages. The first 2 questions the first 2 pages will have 2 questions each, and then the last one will have only 1 question. Okay, because you only have, let's say, you only have 5 questions in this quiz. And then you can have the navigation method is free or sequential, meaning to say they really have to go from one page to the other. And then you have the question behavior. This is where you can specify that the questions will be shuffled within the questions. So the number 1 of a student may not be the same question as the number 1 of another student. Okay, and then what are the questions, behavior? Let's just leave it to adaptive. And then the review options, what will happen, what will they be able to review the question that you have given them? Okay, whether can they only see a preview of those questions where they got it correctly, or can they see only the marks, or can they only see the specific feedback for all the questions that they took? Can they only see the general feedback, or can they only see the right answer? So it really is up to you how you're going to, or what you want the students to see after they take the exam. No, so this is during the attempt. So while they are taking the exam, do you want them to see specific feedback? Do you want them to immediately see the marks for every question that they take? No, though, so sometimes I would not select any of that. And then this one is immediately after the attempt. Do they see their scores? So sometimes I would just leave the marks here. Okay, and then while the quiz is still open, even though they have already taken the exam, what are the things that they could have access to? No, so sometimes I also just leave it as the marks. So while the quiz is still open, they could still see what their score is for that particular quiz. And then once the quiz is closed, what do you want the students to have access to? Again, I usually set that to only the mark. Okay. Now, so if you are confused or you're not sure about what these options mean, you can always click on the question mark, and then you can always have the description, the attempt, meaning the student, whether the student can review the attempt at all. Okay. This covers both the textual description, correct, partially correct, or incorrect. So these are all help options now that you can do. And then for the appearance, you can show the user's picture at the bottom. Okay, this is the part where, for example, if you have a question that will only generate points with decimal places like 33.33, then you can set it. You can set the number of decimal places in your grades here. So it's not going to be whole number. And then you have other options here. You have decimal places in the question grade. So this one is same as for overall grade, which is this one, the overall grade. So that means if your overall grade has 2 decimal places, for each of the question that you have generated, there will also be 2 decimal places. So just set it as same as for overall grade. Show blocks during quiz attempts, you can just leave it as the default no. You have extra restrictions on the attempts, whether you require a password or not. Okay, this is an added security. And then you can also set other overall feedbacks. Just leave this one blank or as is. No need for the grouping because they will be taking this quiz individually. I will discuss about the restriction tomorrow, the advanced section of quizzes. And then this will also be discussed tomorrow. So like if you have remembered in the assignment that was given to you before, wherein you're supposed to introduce yourself, it will not be marked complete until you're also able to respond or comment to one of the participants' posts. So these are the things that you actually specify. I will discuss this one again tomorrow because I want you to focus on creating the quiz, but this is like additional or advanced feature that you can do for your quizzes. So when will it be completely marked, no? So, or marked complete, no? So these are the settings that you can do. Just leave that one as is for now, and then just save your your quiz. Now, remember that we have just created like a quiz. Og sa manual pa, it's like you created the settings, the configuration, the rules for giving the exam, but you have not actually created the quiz yet. You have not populated it with questions yet. So just save and return to course. And this is what will happen. You have already created the midterm exam. And then for you to add the questions, you need to click on the midterm exam and select edit quiz. Okay, and this is where you add the question. Now you can click add and add a new question. If you want to create a new question that is not yet in the question bank, but since we have already populated the question bank, we choose from question bank. And then this is where you need to specify. So since we have, these are all the quizzes or the questions that we have created earlier. So you can actually filter this. Say, for example, you only want those questions that has to do with your chapter called input devices, and you only want to show all those that are true or false. So then just click on that one and you will only be displaying these questions. Now, but if you want everything, just select tap for Computing 101. And these are all the questions you have generated for this course, meaning regardless of the type of exam or regardless of the type of the chapter name. Are you getting this part? Should I repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. Please repeat.
Repeat, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Please repeat.
okay, so where will I repeat? Dire? So you have already created the exam. So you have created the exam, you have specified the rules, when it will be available, and then what are the number of points, how many attempts. No, so once you are done creating your rules, you have already created your exam. So it will look like this. Okay, under input devices section, I created the midterm exam. So basically earlier, we just created the rules. So we created an exam, we called it midterm exam. We added the description or the policy of the exam. We specified, at the moment, we hide it from students yet because we don't want them to take the exam right away while we are still finalizing our questions. And then we specify the date and the time it will be opened and it will be closed. We specified the time limit, like we say we only want this quiz to be taken for 10 minutes, although it will be open for 1 hour on September 23. And then you also set how you want it to be to happen, or like what is the what will happen if the time expires, what will happen if the time limit is reached. So those are the settings that you did. You specified the grade to pass, the number of attempts, and basically that's it. Now the rest are basically only the default setting. Once you're done with that, you save and return to the course. So you have created, like, if it's in a manual, you can compare it to a paper with the rules, but there's no question yet. Now, but we have already created the question in our question bank. So how do you populate this with questions? So you just have to click on that midterm exam, and then you need to click on edit quiz. Okay, so when you click edit quiz, you will be brought to the part where you can add questions. So you can add questions by creating a new question, but in our case, we have already created questions in our question bank. So all our questions are already ready. So you can click add from question bank, and then if you choose the parent parent category, remember the parent category ganina, there's default for, and maybe this is where you'll find the code that you have created for the course that you created. Okay, so you will find here all the questions that you have created so far. Now, but if you want to be very specific, let's say you only want to create or to generate a quiz from your question bank for your questions on the chapter input devices. So you go to input devices under true or false. So this is how you organize your questions. So you can specify where you want to get your questions from. So if you do this, then only those two questions will appear. Okay, so you have here select a category, input devices, true or false. So you have here only the true or false questions that you have created for that chapter. But if you choose the parent, okay, you choose top 4 and then the name or the code of your course, then you will see all the courses available in your question bank, everything that you have created. Then all you have to do is to select which of those questions you want to include in your exam. So you said you only want 5 items, so then just choose 5 items. You click add selected questions to the quiz. And so there you are. Now, why is it that there are 2 questions on page 1 and page 2 and only 1 question for page 3? There are 2 answers. Why? Because first, you only selected 5 questions. You said that you're you only want to create a quiz that's only 5 points. Second is because you place this in the settings. Remember, there was an option there, how many questions per page, no? But then, of course, you can also reshuffle that here. You can move this one around. So just transfer that like this. But remember also that you have the shuffle option. Okay, so if you shuffle this, that means to say that when your students will take this quiz, the number 1 question for 1 student, okay, all of these 5 will be given to to all the students in your section, in your class, but this one will be shuffled. So the number 1 question of the student may be this, or it may be this, or this. So any of these 5 questions may be the question, now the number 1 question. So this one will be shuffled. Now also, there is another option. Okay, let me just delete this. Okay, so I will just delete this. And one of the nice way or reason why you have a question bank is because you can also create a quiz from a random question. So you can click add random question. You can choose, say for example, 5 random questions, and it will be anything from here. And then you can click add random question. So as you can see here, you have random, any category in this course. So that means to say that out of all the quizzes and the type of questions that you created, PLMS will get 5 and then give it to the student. Okay. So it's either you create 1 question from a new question, which may not be saved in your question bank. You have questions from the question bank or a random question from your question bank. So this one is any 5 from your question bank. So for example, you can click see question. So it could be this one, any of this. Okay. Any questions so far? And then you just save this. So let's say save the maximum grade to 5 because you only have 5 questions, and then click save. And page question 3, question 4, question 5. Now note that this sequence of questions may not be the same the next time around, okay? Because you have generated or created a random question. Okay, are we good? And then don't forget that before you share it with the students, don't forget that you need to edit this, and you need to show on course page so that the students will now be able to see it. So now they will see it, but it still depends on your setting. So if your setting is that it will be shown at 4 p.m. tomorrow yet until 5 p.m., then they will see it, but they could not make any attempt. And then once they take it, if your number of attempts is only 1, they can only take it once. And if your time limit is only 10 minutes, then after 10 minutes, it will be automatically submitted, or depending again on your setting. Are you okay?
Question, ma'am.
Yes, sure.
I have question where we can find after the students submit the quiz, only score should appear.
The score?
Yes,
It will
ma'am.
appear on, there will be the number of attempts will appear here. So for example, 0 of 3, you can click on that one and you will see your students with their corresponding score.
Where can we find the restriction? I mean,
We will discuss that tomorrow, the
okay.
restrictions.
Question
Okay.
po.
Yes, sir.
May part ba dito na grade to pass? Or
Yes,
sa
sir.
assignments? Meron. I'm confused about it.
Which part, sir? Here, grade to pass.
Yung grade to pass, ano pong purpose niyan?
Okay, it says here, this setting determines the minimum grade required to pass. The value is used in the activity and course completion and in the grade book. So because you have restrictions that once the student reaches that particular score, then it will be marked complete. You can use this as a setting. So if the student is able to pass the quiz, then it will move on to the next activity. So say, for example, that you have 3 quizzes, but the student can only take quiz number 2 and number 3 once the student passes the first one. So this is the basis that for the PLMS to determine that the student has passed.
So nagagamit siya for setting restrictions?
For restrictions, yes.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Time check is 4:47. I'd like to request one who could show us a completed quiz. Any number of quizzes that you have created. May I request one to share it with us? And please don't leave because later we're going to have a photo op before we finish this afternoon session. Any volunteer? Can we have volunteer from Davao? Do we have participants from Davao? Ay, nasi Sir Christian. Okay, Sir Christian. Sorry, I didn't get to see your message. So, sir, we could not hear you.
No, ma'am.
Okay, sige.
So, ano po siya, ma'am? Sa my courses. Miss ko na yung nakikita lang yung screen, ma'am.
Yes, fundamentals of programming.
Yes, ma'am. Ito na po yun, ma'am, yung quiz, ma'am.
Okay. So just like me, you also have 3 students. Okay, your time limit is also 10 minutes. The grading method is highest grade. Okay.
Ito na po yung mga exam po, ma'am.
Okay.
Bali, yung nag-ano na yung estudyante, ma'am, nag-input na siya ng mga answer niya. Ayan. Then, finish attempt.
Okay.
Then,
so you are logged in as a student?
Yes, ma'am. Ano pa to, ma'am? Hindi pa
How many
laging pa.
attempts?
Na-try pa siya, ma'am.
Okay. A preview.
Okay.
How many attempts do you allow, sir?
Ito, ma'am. Try ko ipakita, ma'am. Ma'am, dito siya gagana sa cellphone, ma'am, no? Sa ano lang siya, ma'am, no? Sa PC lang, ma'am, no?
Yung PLMS, the one that we shared to you for the distribution to the students.
Yes,
Yeah, only
ma'am.
on the laptop or the personal computer.
So, yan, no? Edit natin.
Sabi siguro, sir, sa Windows-based na tablet. Unlimited attempts.
Unlimited, ma'am. Unlimited siya, ma'am.
Unlimited,
Sige lang
okay.
siguro ng 10 tries.
Okay. Sige. All right, so sige, before we end, we have one more volunteer, Sir Jomeo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir Christian.
Sige po. There's something I realized po, may mali po siguro akong nagawa. Okay, anyways, sige po, I'll try to change it po quickly if I can. Okay, yun. So I'll try po to share. Share screen. Which one will I need to share? Yun, itong editing quiz. Okay. Yeah, this is the one po I made. So this is quiz 1.
We cannot see it yet. Yun. Okay.
Okay, there. Okay, participants now can see it. Okay, there. So this is quiz 1 po. And then if I go ahead and click quiz number 1, I hope it changed already. Okay, the time would show there. So it's 10:15 to 11:16 on next week.
Next week, sir, the same day po, 27.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this
Mga 1 hour lang.
yun nga po. And then that's time limit for 30 minutes, meaning it's evening pa naman, no? Sorry lang. Pero yeah, it's available on some time of that hour. So assuming na ano po. And then for the editing questions, I did this. Let's see if I can. It's on the same tab lang naman, so you can see it po. So I'll try to
talking about that time, that's something we really have to be careful in setting, because like there are some teachers who would sometimes set the exam at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, my bad. Actually, I was trying to explore talaga. So
that's good, sir. Okay lang po.
Okay, so there is let me just share po. I already, because when you were discussing pa, I'm also trying to answer the activities para hindi ako ma-delay, para so ito po yung nagawa ko po somehow. Let's see, quiz number 1, and then I guess I have to click this. Yeah, kasi parang yung features niya is the same like Canvas, pero it's really more helpful. This is, somewhat really good. So ito po yung no, I have to click edit quiz, I guess. Yun, ito po. And then it shows already the preview.
Edit quiz.
Yes po. Yeah, it will show the 2 pages, this thing. Okay. Yan po.
Yeah, you've got lots of questions na.
Okay, yan po. Yeah, thank you po. That's all for me. Thank you po.
Okay. Yeah, so you can also set that to say 3 questions per page or 5 questions per page. And then, sir, you can also shuffle on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, I already. So, I have to click it. Okay.
So yung shuffle within yung questions, for example, if you have a multiple choice type of exam or matching type, that one is shuffled within that particular question. So the possible answers are shuffled. But in this case here, you are shuffling the questions so that it will not be the same sequence again and again each time a student retakes the exam.
Views the page. Okay, noted pa. Thank you po.
Because
That's all.
sometimes that's one reason why they could get it by memorizing, not really learning anything. So
Yeah.
they're just memorizing the sequence of the correct answer.
Thank you po.
Okay, sige. So thank you so much for those who shared their work for this afternoon. And we're hoping that the rest of you have learned something and are also catching up. Again, we'd like to share with you that all of these things are recorded and that the recording will be available tomorrow. And there are also already the manual and the recording of those steps that I shared with you earlier. Those videos are already there. And also for the question of, I forgot, one of the participants who is also enrolled in another training this Saturday, the component one. The PLMS session will start at 3 p.m., meaning our session will start at 3 p.m. immediately after the live session of the OOC Technology in Hand. So, ma'am, you will not miss our training. You will still be able to join us on Saturday for the basics, our last day of our synchronous training. So remember that our asynchronous training will continue for the next few months. No? Okay, so I guess that's all for this afternoon, and we're looking forward to the submission of your assignments and you taking the quiz. At the same time, if you have questions, please post it on the forum. And at this point, may I request you to switch on your video for the much awaited photo opportunity for our documentation.
Technical session also after this for
And yes,
PLMS.
Sir Larry is still here with us. Again, those who have technical questions or concerns, you may stay after we are done with this afternoon's training so that you can we can cater to your technical issues. Okay, so there are 4 pages for this for the photo op this afternoon. So may I ask you to hold on to your best smiles. You do not know which page you will be in the photo, so smile. That's page 1. Okay, and let me go on to the second page. Smile. Page 2. And for the third page, again, smile. And for the last page, smile. All right, so thank you so much. And I hope that you learned something this afternoon.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
again,
Thank you
kindly
so much,
say those who have technical issues.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
God bless
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you,
Take
ma'am. God
care.
bless po.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Sir Larry,
Yeah.
the floor is yours. Ako'y klase, 5 o'clock.
Will the recording still
5:30.
continue? Ba?
Yeah, ako kang i-assign as host.
Okay.
Or do we need to record, sir, the one? Yeah, i-assign ko as host.
I
I
suggest
can now assign a co-host na. I had this problem
we'll
earlier.
record this so that others can, if there are problems, they can also just check this video recording.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Larry.
Thank you, Ma'am Jan. Okay, good afternoon. For those who have issues, still have issues with our PLMS, I am here. I hope you still have the energy to continue.
Yes, sir.
Sino ba yung kanina? Ma'am Medi? Am I correct?
Oh,
Yes,
Ma'am
sir.
Christy po, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay.
I'm
Sige.
messaging my colleagues right now because they're the ones who wanted to have a session for the
Okay.
on. So
Sige,
I don't know
sige.
if they're still here.
Q1. Sorry.
Ma'am Melly, good afternoon. Oh my God, I think I forgot to send you an email. Working na ba yung sa iyo, Ma'am Melly? Or hindi pa rin?
Yeah, it's so for my sir, actually I'm okay na. It's for
okay.
my colleagues who were asking kanina dun sa chat namin na if they wanted to have, kasi yung isa namin kasama hindi pa ata na-install until now.
Okay.
Because perhaps it's on the kind of the version of the laptop that she has. So
Okay, sige.
She's
Sino pa bang
not
may...
responding. She's not
Sige,
responding to my message.
we can still wait.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
I was able to explore last night, I thank God, and I was able to put the banner already. And then, kasi ginagamit kasi yung desktop, sir, ng anak ko sa online class. So, I have to wait if they are done, and then I have to use the desktop because I'm using the laptop. But I'm listening to the session.
Okay, that's good to know, Ma'am Melly.
I'm listening to the session, and then when they're done using for their online class, that's the time I will explore here in my desktop. So last night I was able to do the banner and some of the activities, the first few activities. So I will continue right now. Good that you are just there, sir, for any question. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you also for that, Ma'am Melly. Ma'am Catherine, that's good to know. Yes, let me just reiterate on this issue. No, the reason we suggested to transfer it to Drive D is actually because there are right permissions. Parang hindi allow yung changes ni PLMS na mag-take effect once we log out of our session. So that's because sa Drive C kasi nakalagay si Windows operating system, yung system file. So medyo strict si Drive C. So we recommend placing it in Drive D. Pero kung wala naman kayong Drive D, sa USB drive, that's our option. So, but for the meantime, I would suggest also just leave a copy. No, you don't have to cut. Copy lang muna. Kasi yung issue earlier, si Ma'am Fritzy ba yun? Sabi niya, she copied it to drive sa flash drive. Ang ginawa pala niya is cut. So nag-error in the process yung copying. So ngayon, yung backup niya, parang na-transfer yung ibang files, wala na siyang, she needs to start again. No? So we'll just copy lang muna, huwag mo nang i-cut, copy and paste lang muna. No, not cut and paste. Okay. Ma'am Chami, file size of the cover photos. Actually, it really depends on how the image is. Kasi even if the size, image size rather in pixels, based on the what is recommended is I think 1,200 by 600 pixels. So yung file size hindi kasi similar. So probably I'm not sure what would be the best option, pero wala namang limit sa file size, and I don't think 1,200 by 600 would really reach that as a big file, no? So siguro nasa mga 3 MB siguro or 5 MB the most. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Let me read that one. Ma'am Rosario, yes. Sige, Ma'am Rose. I'll give you lang instructions with regards to the deletion. Yan kasi yung issue natin eh. So ngayon, hindi na papayag si Drive C i-delete yung files mo. But we can delete that one later, no? Don't worry muna about that one. Just serve this as your backup for the meantime. But I'll send you, I'll post a forums on how to delete that one.
Sige po, sir. So, paano yun, sir? Hindi na ako makakapagpatuloy dun sa another steps?
What do you mean hindi ka makapagpatuloy?
Kasi, di ba dapat i-download ko at saka gagawa kami ng banner, gagawa kami ng ano dun sa activity. Wala pa akong nagagawa, sir. Kasi
okay. Wait.
Na-late na talaga ako kasi ayaw siya mag-install.
Okay. So, may files ka na ngayon sa Drive D. Am I correct?
Nasa Drive C pa.
Nasa Drive C pa.
Okay po. Lahat po nasa Drive C.
Okay.
Pero meron din ako, sir, doon sa Google Drive.
Ay, hindi pwede yung sa Google Drive kasi dapat
Doon
kasi
kami nang mag-direct.
online yung session. No, offline yung PLMS natin. So there's no need for an internet connection. So, sabi mo may external drive ka ba?
Meron, sir.
Pwede nating i-copy yung files mo, yung sa Drive C, papunta sa external drive mo.
External. Sige po.
So yung server folder at saka yung click to start PLMS. Yung dalawa lang. Copy natin sa drive, sa external drive.
Tapos doon ako magpaparan.
Yes, exactly.
Sige, try ko ngayon.
Ma'am Sheila, same here. I'm not sure exactly which particular issue you're referring. Hindi pa rin ba makaran? Ma'am Sheila?
Hindi pa rin, sir.
Ma'am, ano yung error na nakikita mo?
Yung sa
Spoodle.
Sa Spoodle po, sa Spoodle window po, sir. Yung sa bandang configure, cannot configure daw po.
Can you send us, or can you share your screen, ma'am?
Sige, sir. Try ko, sir. Nakikita na po, sir.
Still loading.
Meron na po.
Yes. Okay. This transcribe so far. There it is. Okay. Okay. Ma'am Sheila, can we go to your PLMS folder?
Magkakaroon ng handaan. Bahala ka na sa mga regalo. Huwag kang excited. Alam kong gagawin. Siyempre gagawin ko pa rin siya protege dahil namalungkang ko na siya. Ayaw ba yung mga tinopes?
Nakikita po, sir.
Para maging pamilya.
Hindi. Yung Spoodle pa rin ang na-share mo. Share ka ulit, tapos yung desktop one or yung browser. Oh no. File Explorer mo. I-share.
Ay, naku. Pasensya ka na. Hindi ko kita mapatay. Aalis na ako. Tatalawin kita kapag natapos na. Kailangan ko rin ayusin yung kasal ng anak natin. Pag-desisyon ka agad. Gusto mo ba mag-drive ng totoong bets, ha, bets? Aalis na ako.
Okay, yan. Yes. Ma'am Sheila, ang gagawin po natin is yung dalawang files po, ilabas po natin siya sa PLMS folder. Sige, highlight po silang dalawa, copy.
Copy lang po, sir.
Okay, then dyan natin i-paste. Diretso siya sa drive D, not inside the folder.
Sa wakas, nagkausap din tayong dalawa. Nakapanghinaya nga. Hindi ka nakapunta rito ng huli. Kailangan sa susunod.
So basically, at this stage, hopefully it would run na. Kasi hindi kasi mahanap ni PLMS. He's actually looking for, kumbaga yung setup natin is dapat talaga hindi siya nakalagay inside a folder, kundi diretso sa drive. No? So hopefully, Ma'am Sheila, it will run once you're done copying.
Sana po, sir.
Message mo lang ako sa...
okay po.
Yeah, message mo lang ako if ever hindi mag-work.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Welcome. Sige. Anyone else? Ma'am Kane?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a problem with this as well, but I am going to transfer this on my laptop muna, sir. Sandali lang po.
Okay. Sige. Ma'am Rosario, yes, pwede ka mag-download uli. Tapos, lagay mo na sa external ko, pwede. Yes. Sino pa bang hindi makapag-run? So, if ever after this session you still get some errors, you can post the screenshot of that error sa forums natin. Kung pwede, doon lang muna sa day 1 ha, para makita ko agad.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think I'm ready. Okay, so yeah, sorry. So, nagkaka-problema talaga ako, sir, simula pa nung day 1 when it comes to I'm listening to the discussion and all, pero hindi ako makapag-input doon sa process talaga kasi I cannot really download I cannot really run the Spoodle. So, can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay po. Okay.
Okay.
So, makikita lang, sir?
Yes, yes. Makikita na. So, ang gagawin na natin is select mo yung dalawa, server at saka click to start. Highlight mo.
Okay po.
Tapos, copy natin.
Okay, copy.
Copy. And then, click natin yung ambong, si drive D.
Actually, sir, nandyan na yan, sir, sa loob, sir, ng, sir, ng drive D.
Okay, okay. Sige, click
Yes,
mo
sir.
si drive D.
Na-transfer ko na from C, kahapon, until D. Nailabas ko na sa mga ibang portable na device. Ganun pa rin.
Okay, okay. Sige. Click natin si drive D. Titingnan ko lang anong error natin sa...
Drive D, sir.
Oo, click mo siya.
Okay po.
Try natin start, open si PLMS. Yung click to start. Saan ba yung file?
Ito, sir. Opening na, sir. Ayan.
Yung dalawang file, nasa drive D na mismo?
Yes po. Nasa drive D na mismo po, sir. Nasa loob siya ng PLMS na folder.
Okay. Okay. Ang gagawin po natin, Ma'am Kane, is ilipat natin siya. Ilabas natin siya sa CHED na PLMS folder.
Okay, sir.
So, okay. Tapos, dyan natin siya i-paste diretso. Okay, that might take a while, no? Pero basically, yan po yung recommendation natin na hindi siya dapat ilagay inside a folder.
Okay. So, itatry ko na lang mag-run mamaya, sir, after this one.
Yes.
Maraming
If
salamat.
ever hindi pa rin, message mo na lang ako sa forum natin and then I will check on that. Nag-check naman ako from time to time.
Yes po. Thank you so much, Sir Larry. Thank you.
Welcome.
Mag-stop sharing lang ako. Thank you.
Sige.
Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else? Meron pa ba? Okay, parang okay na yata kayo lahat. Anyway, we will be here till the end of this project, no? So kahit next month pa kayo mag-start, you can still proceed with all the requirements with no problem, and we will assist you all throughout this project. So I think wala na siguro. So if ever you have other concerns, please send a message in our forum, or you can message me directly sa our soul natin. And if you have any errors, please send also the screenshot. Okay?
Thank you po.
Sige.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat and stay safe po.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.